Hey everybody, we are live with Low Elo Legends number 86. I'm Beale, and today I'm joined with Liquid. How's it going?
Going great. Lot going on this weekend. Excited for these games. We recently had a patch update, so there's a lot to talk about and a lot to dive into, I should say. So yeah, looking forward to this.
Yeah, a lot of activity recently. I know we got the Woololo qualifiers going on right now at EGC, but we're going to bring you some lower level competition today, ranging probably from gold to low conqueror, I would say. We got two brackets for you. We got our lower and upper. Going to be like gold to platinum and then diamond to low conch for the two brackets here. They've already kicked off for round one, which is going to be on regions. And, you know, I'm going to go over to the lower bracket. We'll see what games we have going on there. So, Kirk Salvator sent me an invite earlier today. He's playing against Tabith, who is a regular, and I've seen Kirk Salvator in these tournaments as well. So 2 people who've played in the past in low elo legends. I think that'll be our game for game 1 today.
Sounds like a good first game to kick the stream off with. Tabith and Kirk Salvador have definitely played before, fairly regular players, so, kind of seeing how they adapt to the Season 8 updates will be interesting.
Yeah, not a major patch, but, still some changes, with bigger changes coming at the end of August.
Yeah,
so we wait for
I
the
would
first
like to
game
point
load
out
up.
the current place AoE 4 is in my opinion, is a great place. I don't think AoE 4 needs dramatic, groundbreaking changes. I think fine-tuning is really where the devs are at, and I think the game is in a great place for that. Little tweaks here or there as they see fit, but nothing, overly dramatic, if you will.
I'm with you. I do like where the balance of the game is. I think, just a couple little nerfs to some dominant strategies that are a little unfun to play against would be nice. Maybe a little more against the English, and a couple of buffs. I think the French should get, another little minor tweak, little power tweak for them, make them a little stronger. But overall, I mean, the game is in one of the best places it's ever been in. And while we're talking about the game as a whole, let's shift over to talk about the game in progress right now. We've got Tabith looking at him right now in the teal as the Byzantines here, facing off against Kirk Salvator in the yellow as the Delhi. And we're here on regions.
Yeah, so this matchup, I think, leans fairly in the favor of the Delhi Sultanate. Delhi is a very, very notorious feudal enjoyer civ. And Byzantines, they're a civ that, sort of needs to get set up a little bit. They need some time, and Delhi absolutely has the ability to not give you that time to get set up.
Yeah, the timing pressure that the Delhi can get out on you in feudal, one, by putting you on the clock with the early sacred site captures, just plus their ability to mass units in feudal, with the strength of the Ghazi Raider as a little boosted horseman. They are tricky to deal with if you're not able to do something to them in feudal to prevent that mass from massing up, or potentially you might be able to hold on long enough that you can get in a castle and start out teching them.
Yeah, but if anybody can do it, I think Tabith and the Byzantines have a real opportunity given this spawn. I've gone on record many times, please give Byzantines a guaranteed forward spawn of their berries. In every single game we cast, it's back spawn of berries, and I'm just like, okay, I see how it's going to be. We're going to protect the Byzantines. Got it.
Yeah, we do see that Grand Winery coming back on that back berry patch right now. Gonna boost that olive oil production. Also, this first olive grove in range of that winery. So, no question at all that Tabith is looking to hire out for some mercenaries. Let's pop over to the Delhi base right now. Do you see a Tower of Victory coming up in the back for Kirk Salvator? Tower of Victory, once a pretty underpowered landmark, has basically become the landmark of choice for Delhi players. Although I do love seeing the other landmark chosen
Faith.
by the Delhi. Yeah, Dome of the Faith. Especially in Delhi mirrors, some of my favorite mirrors that I've casted have been Delhi mirrors, where both civs pick the alternate landmark. One person picks Tower of Victory, one person picks Dome of the Faith. Because that really opens up to 2 different feudal strategies for the Delhi.
Absolutely. So I would say that if you do like Dome of the Faith, we should try to catch a Stomping Hoof game. He's a pretty notorious Dome of the Faith fast castle Delhi enjoyer. He
Ooh,
uses
that's
that
fun.
very often, and he uses it very well.
Certainly not something most of his opponents will be expecting. You typically do see Delhi go into just heavy feudal play with the amount of military that they're able to push out. With the fact that they really only need to focus on wood and food, getting their gold passive from sacred sites, don't need to put that many onto gold. Do see Kirk with just one right now. Plus the additional production speed from the production buildings with scholars garrisoned inside. And just like that, Kirk is dropping his first stable. Pretty standard choice. Those Ghazi Raiders are powerful units. Getting those out as early as possible to try to disrupt the Byzantines is the way to go here, I think.
Yeah, this is fairly standard. Ghazi Raiders are usually the first unit Delhi will produce. They get across the map very quickly. They can start applying pressure almost instantly. And it's sort of in that game of rock, paper, scissors, shoot. It sets you up for the opponent is going to make spears. You're going to then counter with your Tower of Victory archers. So it's the first step in rock paper scissors, and it kind of gives Delhi what I think is an advantage because their Tower of Victory archers are extremely powerful and oppressive in feudal age.
Yeah, that bonus attack speed really adds up when you get a good mass of archers going, which Delhi can do that pretty easily. Do you see the Merc House coming out and the Western Mercenary Contract looking for longbows? That's what Tabith's plan is. Don't see a barracks just yet for Limitani. So those Ghazi Raiders could do quite a bit of damage early on without the counter unit in play. And we do see two of them starting to mass outside of the Byzantine base.
Yeah, and longbows are not going to be the best first unit out the door against Ghazi Raiders. Ghazi Raiders are notorious in the English matchup for killing the longbows. But the Ghazi Raiders are floating down, taking some TC fire, getting pushed away, but yeah, they're gonna perform really well, but against the longbows. But here comes the barracks, so Limitane won't be too far behind.
Barracks coming out on the gold. Ghazi Raiders looking to come and get some damage, maybe on the gold miners, but they're just going to throw torches at the Merc House for now. And here they're moving in. They've got a friend coming in to join in the raid, but the arrows from the TC going to make them back up just a little bit, and they're gonna take their foot off of the gas for just a second. First Limitani coming out. Ghazi Raiders, though, continuing to circle. They had looked like they were going to move back, retreat, and maybe loop around. No, they've come back in. Torches out on the house right now.
Yeah, in just a minute or two, Tabitha's going to have enough spears to push these Ghazi Raiders back. So they're not going to be able to burn that house down, but still, any damage is good damage. Ghazi's pull back, but not far enough. Oh no, they get baited into a fight with the spears, which is never a good day for them. Ghazi Raider going down. That is an unfortunate loss for Kirk Salvator.
Yeah, and I really like what Tabith's doing with the houses around the gold mine, really forcing those choke points. Cutting down on the potential maneuverability of those Ghazi Raiders. So a couple of spears in there on the chokes can really defend those gold miners. We do see Tabith's scout getting caught out.
Move into that east corner where all the berries are. That is a very, very, very long walk. That's going to slow Kirk Salvator's aggression down by a little bit, because those 8 villagers, well, once they get over there, they'll have plenty of food to feast on. They're not currently gathering, and food is very vital to the Delhi Sultanate's ability to apply feudal pressure.
Yeah, that is going to delay the Delhi a little bit. They do have the berries available closer to the home base. You see some vills over there moving out onto the second berry patch. Limitani forcing the Ghazi Raiders back. Archers now coming in for Kirk. So these Limitani may need to retreat, but let's see where Tabith's going with this. He knows now on regions. You can see the eastern side of the map just filled with so many berry packs. I think Tabith knows that Kirk may be looking to make a play out there onto the berries. He runs out there, but he doesn't scout the berries, that northeast patch of berries. Not going to see it.
Way, though. Tabith Scout is currently looking at the berries. Ghazi Raiders going to engage on these longbows. Base archers are going to engage on the hardened Limitane. A lot of Limitane here. Too many Limitane for these archers to take down. But Kirk Salvator is going to try to take this fight.
He's going to try. I mean, those Ghazis just really want to thin out that longbow mass. Those Limitani, though, just focused on the archers. Their health has dwindled. And, you know, I wasn't expecting it at the start of that engagement, but Kirk is coming out on top there, able to clean out a lot of the Byzantine units, now potentially looking to make a little raid into the Byzantine base.
Yeah, massive win for Kirk Salvator. I did not think that would be as one-sided as it ended up being, but those Tower of Victory archers, that 137 attack speed really made the difference in that fight. Those Limitane did not survive for very long.
Yeah, and, you know, the composite bows giving the Abbasid archers increased attack speed is such a good upgrade for them. And Delhi's like, okay, what if we got that in feudal? And didn't need to research anything for it. Just all of our archers get that.
Scout going down. Tabith is now blind. But quickly moving his Limitane and longbows out to repel Kirk's attack. Archers are cutting back. Taking a piece out of these Limitane with every shot. Not going to be able to sustain this for too much longer. Tabith is going to pull back. Got a nice little cat and mouse game going on here, but little by little, Tabith is setting up his eco behind all this. He's got a lot of olive groves, so he'll really be able to get these mercenaries on the field. English longbows doing a really good job taking down the archers.
Yeah, as that engagement was unfolding, though, Kirk was doing a great job with his archers to just bait and kite those Limitani forward. Was able to pick off a good number of those. And now that those Limitani have basically been pulled forward, these Ghazi are going to come in, but there's more Limitani inside the Byzantine base. They're not going to be able to commit to that push. Delhi's going to need to retreat. Those Limitani a little far from home. Even if they have their shield walls out, they are eventually going to get picked off. You can see Ghazis engaging with some of them. Now the Ghazis are retreating. Some archer reinforcements to pick off the Limitani. And Tabith now being forced to retreat in his base. And while all this is going on, Kirk has managed to capture both of the sacred sites on the eastern and westernmost points of the map, putting that timer, starting that timer, and getting that passive gold. Taking a look at the resources, Delhi may be looking for a castle play very soon.
Yeah, very likely. One of Byzantine's biggest weaknesses when they're in feudal age is they don't have a counter to men-at-arms. And if Kirk Salvator was able to get to Castle Age and get enough men-at-arms in this base before Tabith could get to Castle Age and counter with crossbows, you know, he'd have a decisive advantage. But Tabith himself is not too far off macroing for Castle Age here. He did capture a boar, so he's got a higher gather right there. Villagers returning, they're in danger.
They are. I thought they were going to sneak
right
through
by.
for a second, but 3 of them get picked off. One of them survives to tell the tale to his friends of the Ghazi Raiders that picked off that mass.
Tabith feels like he's got a large enough mass. He's going to push out, and he's going to try to punish Delhi. We do have a House of Learning. Love this landmark coming up for Kirk Salvator. So Kirk's doing the right thing. He's pulling back. You don't want to take a fight as you're aging up.
Yeah, doing a good job too. Able to get a couple of picks here and there to just keep that Byzantine, just thin out those forces.
Oh, Tabith might have overextended his archers. Gazis are going to come down and pounce. Limitane are too far away. Gazis are just going to clean that little pocket of archers up right there. Limitane coming up to repel the Gazis. Kirk brings his archers down. I think we're going to have a good fight here.
Yeah, they'll skirmish in the middle of the map now. You can see those Gazis trying to get around. Good surround by the Limitani. Poke a couple of them down. Thin out that mass.
And there is Castle Age. Tabith shouldn't be too worried about this. His own Castle Age is, you know, a mere minute away himself. He's just going to pull back, and I think we're going to see a Golden Horn Tower here any minute now. But Kirk Salvator still has a Sacred Victory approaching, and those sacred sites kind of far away, one in each corner, not easy to access. So Tabith is going to have to pick one and focus on it.
Yeah, no walls though on those sacred sites, so you know you get a horseman out there, just park it on the site. Shouldn't be a problem. Currently, you were talking about the potential for Delhi to go into men-at-arms, and we do see Honed Blades is the first tech in the House of Learning that's being researched. Going to give those men-at-arms and lancers additional damage on their attacks.
Which is massive considering they also have a higher attack speed. Tabith, though, pushing out to the west, looks like he has decided the West Sacred Site is the one he wants to take down. Maybe he seemed to have forgotten that there's probably some villagers he can take on the east side, but he is going due west to take this one.
Yeah, and as his military moves west, it looked for a second that Kirk may be pushing towards the Byzantine base, but no, he's just content to mass right now, waiting to get those techs in. He does have a Scholar in 2 archery ranges, boosting production there. There is a Scholar not doing much of anything. He could jump into a mosque to help that research time.
This is some tough timing, though, for Kirk Salvator, because he's got to act. He can't lose this sacred site, but he doesn't have his veterancy upgrades in. Meanwhile, Tabith, for the most part, has his Limitani veterancy upgrade. Still missing the Archer and still missing the Merc upgrade, but upgraded Limitani is more than enough.
Yeah, and that Limitani got onto the point in time, able to decap before the Delhi army was able to move over. Now we do have an engagement outside. There are so many Limitani there. Just going to shred the mounted units. Kirk's going to retreat, try to keep as many alive as possible. Oh no, he turns around. He's going to lose them all.
Yep, it looked like for a second there Kirk's archers were just going to kind of continue moving into oblivion despite being attacked, but Kirk noticed, turned around, wipes up Tabith's forces, and now he's kind of looking like he wants to counterattack, go straight to Tabith's base. He's on a direct path for where the boar was, and Tabith is rallying his military there, so we are going to get a little bit of a fight here. Early Limitani kind of are going to get picked off by all these archers here. Kirk Salvator has his veterancy in, so he's going to make quick work of Tabith's military here.
Yeah, we do see reinforcements coming in from the back. We do have a good amount of longbows in the back. Also at the front, a couple of crossbowmen. I think Tabith anticipating maybe a move to men-at-arms. Not a lot of heavy units. A couple of lancers. But those Limitani getting picked off by the Delhi archers. Although Tabith now surrounding that blob. Gonna force a retreat to the north for Kirk. And yeah, Kirk needs to get his units back at this point.
He is able to salvage some of his units pulling back there. Limitane might have overextended a little bit. A couple more are going to go down as Kirk catches them way too far in front. But little by little, I think Tabith's economy is going to start taking over this fight. I don't see Kirk on any sort of stone just yet, so no keep drop, no village fortresses on the horizon. So Kirk is going to 1 TC this, but taking some good fights, able to drive Tabith back.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of, just keeping the reinforcements up, keeping those production buildings working. Because he was able to just keep making archers, getting them to the front lines, and eventually, I'd say he won that little skirmish with the Byzantines. He did break off some Ghazi Raiders and Lancers, though, from that main army, getting in some raids now on the Byzantines. 5 villagers are down at this point. Gonna idle out those farms under the winery. You do see the Limitani coming over to clean that up. That's 7 vill kills for the Delhi. Villager count, there's a 10 vill difference at this point.
Yeah, that was a great raid by Kirk Salvator. Tabith kind of reeling from that a little bit. We're probably going to see some walls come up to prevent that from happening in the future.
Yeah, and as those Ghazi Raiders are dragging Limitanis out, making them chase, Kirk's coming in with archers down the front, but he does an attack move. So those longbows getting some free shots in. Also coming a little close to the TC. There's just such a huge mass of archers, though. Kirk seems kind of confident with this fight, and I don't blame him. 32 archers there. Ghazi's going to be caught out on the retreat, but that's more idle time for Tabith. And
yeah, so Kirk has what we call an archer ball, which is really difficult to deal with. The best things to deal with an archer ball are your own archer ball, which Tabith can't quite seem to mass enough of, or mangonels.
Yeah,
mangonels
I would love to see a mangonel. If I see 30 archers, I'm starting to dream about mangonels. Seeing those boulders just crash onto the archers' heads.
I forgot about option 3, land sharks.
That's true. Do you see a couple launch connects coming out? Although it's gonna need more than that. They are particularly weak to archer fire. He's gonna need some sort of front line to take the damage to let those launch connects actually get in and connect at melee range.
Ooh,
you see
Tabith's
some
going
Varangian
for
guards coming out.
Second TC and it gets caught out. This might be a deciding game. Kirk Salvator is just going to be able to burn it down. So not only did he get additional villager kills, but all the resources that Tabith had going into that second town center, gone.
That feels really, really, really bad. And taking a look at the army count now, Kirk with 20 more units. That archer ball coming in. Gonna be able to do some damage to these Limitani. Ghazis and Lancers will retreat. Lanch Connects can't get close enough to connect with their cleave shots. They'll be picked off before they can really do any damage. Kirk looking to engage here. Tabith does have those Varangian guards in there, acting as archer sponges. I don't know if there are enough units. Tabith trying to come around the back here. Bunch of longbows and crossbowmen, but not a lot of armored units. A couple of Lancers in there. But quite a few Ghazi Raiders.
Yeah, enough crossbows to really deal with the Lancers. The problem here is Kirk's archer ball.
Well, there's a mangonel on the field, and it's taking its first shot, and it's gonna get a beefy connection. We'll see if it's able to get a second shot. Kirk hasn't moved his units, and another pack of boulders crashes down onto that archer mass. Kirk's gonna have to retreat there.
Ghazi's coming in. They're going to try to get some of these archers. Mangonel shot doesn't do a lot to Ghazis, but Varangian Guard are able to kind of come up and drive the Ghazis away. Good hold by Tabith. He needed that Mangonel.
Yeah, Mangonel doing a lot of work there to keep this game going, keep it alive. While that engagement was happening, Kirk was able to capture that westernmost sacred site, so the timer is back on. Taking a look at Kirk's gold right now. Man, he needs to drop a market and start spending that.
Yeah, absolutely. He has enough. He can probably buy himself to Imperial, which would be um, absolutely just ridiculous at this point. But look at this. He has not needed to start his farm transition. We're 25 minutes into the game, and he's only got 6 farms. He's able
Yeah,
to sustain
he's been
himself
able
on.
to take these berries uncontested.
Yeah,
You know, Tabith scouted it out early, just not able to get any units over into the field of berries, letting Kirk basically take all of them.
yeah. And once Kirk's done on the east side, he's just gonna move over to the west side, which is a lot closer to his base, and he's gonna take all those deer. Kirk is not gonna need a farm transition for quite some time. Tabith, on the other hand, already has. Looks like he is going for a second town center on this deer pack here, and finally starting to collect that relic that was sitting outside his base. Um, One thing we seem to have missed: Kirk has 4 relics.
Yeah, great work using those scholars, keeping the pressure up on the Byzantines so that they can't contest uh, your relics as they're gathering. We do see 4 Springolds for Kirk moving out now. You know, he got burnt once by that MountainAle. He doesn't want to let that happen again. We do see the mounted units splitting off for the Delhi, looking to loop around, get some raids in, while the Springolds and archers are going to attack the army directly.
Oh, first scrim's happening. Tabith is going to have to pull back. Looks like the Lancers are going to try to move in, try to flank here. Mangonels are too far forward. They might be in danger.
Yeah, those Springold shots coming out. One Mangonel able to connect. It's Springolds on Springolds, though, and there goes the second Mangonel, but it gets another beefy shot out before it dies. Keeping Tabith in this one. Tabith, for the first time in a while, has the bigger military mass. Another Mangonel in the back. Militarily,
Mangonel.
Tabith is no longer on the back foot here. He's looking pretty good. But Kirk, meanwhile, dropping that Palace of the Sultan.
Yeah, those Mangonels made a huge difference in thinning out Kirk's archer ball right there. Even though they did go down, the shots they got off were just massive. And they allowed Tabith to have a larger archer ball and eventually take that fight. That's the type of fight that wins you games right there. Tabith moving over. He's securing the East Sacred Site too. He should send a scout over there. And he probably should notice that all the berries are gone. Kirk Salvator, though, has mangoes of his own. He's gotten into the Mangonel game at this point, and his Imperial Age is in, so he's gonna just wait for some tax, and he's gonna remass, and Tabith needs to respond to this, and he doesn't have the gold.
Yeah, we're looking at 0 gold per minute right now for Tabith. He's taken that sacred site for himself, but, you know, this is regions. One of the things, if you're playing this like Dry Arabia, you may think there are gold packs that you can take on your side of the map for a bit, but most of the gold is right here in the center. You can see those 3 massive gold deposits. This map usually pushes towards, you know, if you can secure this center area, ensure that you have gold for the majority of the game. Not a big a deal for the Delhi, who have had sacred sites for most of the game, plus the 4 relics. I mean, he still has a great gold per minute. Didn't need to have a lot of vills on gold, so he still has an active mine over to the north. But
Ooh, villagers get caught out. Got a little too greedy going after those berry patches.
yeah, I was gonna say, wow, that is some absolute greed there to try to take those berries. Tabith not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, Tabith is actually in a really good position. He's got the stone. He can come up. He can keep one of these golds right here, secure it for himself, and get to Imperial Age. But the next 10 minutes of this game are really going to be decided on whether Tabith can or cannot get to Imperial Age. Because we have hand cannoneers coming out from Kirk Salvator, and Tower of Victory hand cannoneers are extremely powerful because of the extra attack speed. They attack at a 179 rate. which I believe the normal is 212. So that is a massive, massive advantage. Hand cannoneers kill everything; they don't discriminate.
Yeah,
And having
yeah.
that extra
Delhi's
attack speed,
upgrading them to be semi-auto
yeah.
with the Tower of Victory.
So looks like Tabith is gonna push out. He wants to secure some of that gold. I don't see any villagers coming up to keep it. He has the resources to do so. But oh, there it is. We have the blueprint of the keep. So Tabith understands what he needs to do, what resources he needs, and he's going up to secure it right now.
Yeah, he's just been so gold starved for a while. Still good with olive oil, so he's able to keep like longbowmen and Lanchconnects if he wants in production. But he's been starved on gold. Feels like for the past maybe 7 minutes. I don't know if he's dropped a market himself. There are no trade outposts on this map, but a little remacro, a little trade at the market to get that gold might have been a good call for Tabith in the mid game here, because he desperately needs to remacro. He's floating a lot of food and wood right now.
Look at the last berry patch on the east
Oh,
side
they're
of the
friends.
map. They're friends. Look at that. They're sharing berries together.
Well, the villagers don't want to fight. They're like, you know what? Don't tell your warlord. I won't tell mine. We'll just gather these in peace.
So Tabith gets caught a little bit out there. He was trying to move and kill those villagers, and right when he did this, Kirk Salvator decides to attack.
Yeah, we did see a good mango shot when I snapped back here. Tabith able to do a lot of damage to some archers. Keep does go up, but with that pressure from the Delhi military, it's going to be tricky for those villagers to start mining that gold that Tabith desperately needs.
You have a MountainAle emplacement coming up on that keep, though. That's going to help secure it. Meanwhile, Kirk Salvator realizes that Tabith now knows about where his villagers are. Move into that east corner. He's going to drop a keep there and probably look to secure that sacred site and get the clock on this.
Yeah, and Tabith not going to be able to see that keep coming up with just the limited vision on that sacred site. So good call for Kirk to not step on the site while building the keep. Don't alert Tabith to it. Just get the keep set up, then capture the point, and then you've got it secured. Maybe start throwing some stone walls down.
Yeah, Kirk definitely seems to be going for the sacred site victory here, so if that is his plan, strap in, ladies and gentlemen, because we got a little bit of a longer game going. But he absolutely has the economy at this point, resources, and the tech advantage to really kind of push Tabith and, you know, go get this victory, but I think he's chosen sacred site as his preferred method. Which may come back and give him a little bit of a headache, because if Tabith can get to Imp, he'll have access to Streltsy, and those Streltsy will absolutely compete with Delhi Tower Victory Hand Cannoneers. I still think the Tower Victory Hand Cannoneers are better, but the difference between Streltsy and those is a lot less than traditional Hand Cannoneers.
Streltsy, definitely a very powerful unit. We do see Kirk moving in on the front. Elephant leading the charge. The Sultan's own elephant coming in. As well as a little potential raid on the east side of Tabith's base. He is upgrading those palisade walls to be stone walls. Trying to keep those Ghazi raiders from coming in. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to break through. So Tabith closing that opportunity for Kirk to raid.
Knights are still looking for a way in. Tabith moving his military back, though. Kirk Salvator wisely gets his knights to safety as he realizes he's not going to be able to get any more damage done. Nice little two-prong attack from Kirk Salvator. Really like what he was doing there. He tried to use a raid to pull Tabith's army east, and then he was going to move in and go for the keep. Tabith didn't fall for it, though. He kept his military in a good position, just brought more villagers up to get the stone wall up, and he secured it.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
that Stonewall really making the difference there. Just preventing those knights from coming in and really putting the hurt on the Byzantine economy here. Tabith, with so many resources, we do see a market. He can buy imp at this point, and he needs to start thinking about that. Meanwhile, we do have that scholar on the eastern sacred site. Now that the keep's in place, we do have a keep on the western sacred site.
We have
as
some
well.
anti-timing. Kirk Salvator trying to get a keep up. Tabith sees it. Military's moving out. First couple mango shots coming in. Connect on the front line. Oh no!
Oh, and it looks like
Tabith...
all those ranged units shooting at the keep, not the opponent's military.
Slight little mistake from Tabith right there. Those ranged units did not connect on anything but the keep. That's going to cost Tabith the ability to contest, and he's going to have to pull back. And I think Kirk Salvator kind of realized he can push here. But decides to kind of pull back himself. I think Kirk really wants to go for the Sacred Site timer. You've got a bombard coming up, though, that's going to start taking down the keep. Second bombard just arrived.
With the tech and the power of the Delhi military right now, I think they're just going to start walking all over the Byzantines. Tabith never able to get up to Imperial Age. All those mangoes in the back for the Delhi. Not quite forward enough to get onto this mass, but they're there just in case Tabith is able to get a huge mass. Bombard's still alive, still looking to bring down that keep. You do see another one wheeling out. Tabith's got his own mangonels in the back. That keep is going down.
Dire for Tabith right now. But Tabith just killed a bunch of Kirk Salvator's villagers in the background. But good game gets called.
Yeah, just not enough. I mean, at that point in the game, Tabith not having the military to deal with the Delhi push, couldn't do anything against the Delhi tech at that point. And Tabith also just got off a 24-hour shift. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
well
just
played
unable
there,
to get
sir.
to Imperial. A lot of resources in the bank. Just none of that was gold. Being gold starved for a long time during the game. And Kirk Salvator able to close out with a win here on regions.
Yeah, right at the end there, you saw Kirk Salvator had roughly 9 or so villagers in the south corner in the back of Tabith's space. Don't know what they were doing back there. Tabith saw it, and he just used his own villagers, and you had a villager fight going on at the same time as a castle fight. Got a little chaotic there. But ultimately, I think the tech advantage that Kirk Salvator had reigned supreme, and Tabith didn't think he was going to be able to mass up a large enough military to not only push him back, but also stop the Sacred Site timer that was now ticking.
Yeah. Taking a look at the military graph, you can see that final fight, just the better upgraded Delhi units in that engagement. See Kirk Salvator losing a fraction of the units that Tabith lost. And yeah, at that point, real tricky to remass, and good game was called. So let's hop back to the lobby and start looking for our second match of the day.
So upper bracket is on to round 2.
Okay, let me pull that up on the screen. So we do see last game still in progress. We got James and Sorrow Angel still in the lower bracket round 1. Round 2, oh, we got Continental, one of my favorite maps to cast. Really funny map. Basically at this point, a bigger Socotra.
Continental is also a map Rising Empires frequently adds in there. It's probably one of the admin's favorite maps to throw in.
It's one of my favorites. I'm one of the advocates for more Continental, just because, especially at lower levels, the games you get with a continental map are always ridiculously entertaining because there's so much going on, and at the lower levels, APM gets taxed a lot sooner.
I wonder if we're going to see any Delhi on Continental. In the past, it's a civ that you'd never think to use on a water map, especially one like Continental. But with the Season 8 changes to Delhi, I actually think they're going to be extremely viable on this map.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some Delhi water action, should it come down to it. Haven't faced off against Delhi yet on a water map this season, so I haven't seen those changes, but you know that free scholar from the dock, and the dock also serving as a garrison point for the scholars to increase research speed. Really gonna help Delhi out and reduce just all the reasons why it was so difficult to play Delhi on the water in the past. I'm taking a look at our upcoming games, and for the first time in a while, I recognize every single one of these names except for the dude who just was DQ'd. So we could go anywhere. I think I've got all these people on my friends list.
Game? Do we have a Delhi game? Can we see? Also, send me a group invite.
Will do. Yeah. If you're able to take a peek, see which one is a Delhi game, if there is one.
I don't believe I have the ability to see that. So, it's all good. We can dive into anyone you see fit. I'm just excited to talk about the Delhi changes, because there's so much that just changed and an entire rework. And when you read it, you're like, oh, that's not a lot, but it actually is.
It is. It really changes Delhi's Dark Age on water maps, and it really improves. It's just the fact that they have to spend so much wood on a mosque originally. How much that slowed down Delhi from getting going on water maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the big thing, manuscript trade was a research. That is now a default bonus for the civilization. So that has a big impact. Delhi, once they have their dock built, they have the fastest fishing ship production in the game. Because there was a nerf to fishing in general, which brought fishing ships up to 30 seconds to produce. But Delhi, because they have the Skellar, produced them faster. And I want to say it's 25 seconds. Oh, you just...
Hey, look, I found a game. Oh, you got kicked.
I got kicked.
Well,
why did I get kicked?
I did find a Delhi game. I was looking through our competitors for round 2 in the top bracket. I saw TheNavneet. I know he's a big-time Delhi enjoyer. So I figured, you know what? Anybody's going to be playing the Delhi. TheNavneet probably is that guy. And I'm going to spoil something, but he is actually playing the Delhi. So once you get back, Liquid, I'll resend that group invite, and we will jump into his game.
Not sure why I would get kicked on Continental. It's not a downloadable map, is it?
It's not. No, it's not. It's came with the game.
Can't observe a modded match without downloading the required mods.
Oh, do you have the Lel tuning pack?
I should.
That's all I can think.
I have it. It's fine. Jump into the game, and I will find it. You said it was TheNavneet?
Yep.
Perfect.
All right. We will bring that one right up.
So, you have J Hill playing as Japanese. This will be a good test to see the Delhi's viability on water maps. So, spawning in.
Oh, all right. Sorry for that. Coming back here. we go, bringing the screen up. We do have TheNavneet here in the purple. As the Delhi Sultanate here on Continental, you can see the ring of water that surrounds that middle island, with relics on these little outer corner islands. And some hunt. You got some deer packs and boar packs. And we got J Hill down here as the Japanese. Pretty standard water civ with their cheaper fishing boats.
And you do have, it looks like TheNavneet is opening with the dock play, correct?
Yes, he did open with the dock. We do see that first fishing ship coming out right now. You can see 1 of 4. So we've got that Skellar taking the land garrison spot and those 3 open spots for fishing ships, potentially, if he gets pushed.
And take a look at the production of the fishing ships. How quickly do they get produced?
So I'm looking, it says a base of 25 here for fishing ships. And if I move over to the Japanese, it's a base of 30 seconds. So a little more expensive, but able to basically have an extra fishing ship every, let me do the math here. Oh no, why did I start that sentence? Fishing ships are faster.
Yeah, so they're 5 seconds faster. We'll leave it at that. No need to dive into it.
Do you see wheelbarrow coming out for TheNavneet? Standard Delhi stuff, getting those free techs, getting that wheelbarrow queued up as fast as possible. Did need to drop the mill for that, even though most of his food is coming from the dock. You still want that mill to be able to get wheelbarrow ASAP.
Yeah, but it should all be connected. One thing I do know with this dock is you do want to try to connect it to your town center so then you can connect it to the mill as well. And it does look like TheNavneet has picked up on that and connected it all. So the wheelbarrow will get the 1 Skellar boost in production speed.
Yeah, it looks like it's still just a little outside based on this influence.
So it's not connected to the town center then?
Not quite yet. No, he needs a house over there or something to...
So it's going to have to be a production building because I don't believe houses extend the radius.
Okay. So we'll have to wait for feudal for that to connect to the mill and the lumber camp and the mining camp.
So fairly basic opening for Japanese as well as I kind of dive into this. What do we think we're going to see here? Are we going to see the military landmark or the economic landmark?
I mean, I'm always in favor of seeing a Japanese Koka Township. Get some shinobis on the field trying to disrupt the Delhi dock. That'd be fun to watch, although it is in a pretty defended spot here. I think, you know, going with the farms may be a better play, safer play, anyway, where you do just get that passive wood eventually, get those farms for free.
Shinobi would be fun here because they recently got a buff. Blink cast time was reduced from 0.85 to 0.4, and sabotage, which is key in maps like this, was reduced from every 2 seconds to every 1.25 seconds. So you're able to sabotage docks. You can even sabotage town centers a lot faster.
Yeah, if you're able to get that close. I mean, a shinobi with blink, you sabotage that dock, you wait until the cooldown's almost up, you blink over to the TC, sabotage that. Now Delhi's in a rough position, but it is going to be the cursed storehouse that we see today from the Japanese. Not super surprised. What I am surprised, though, I mean, Delhi makes fishing ships faster, but the cost reduction for the Japanese allows them to just keep them continuously in production. We do see a second dock coming down, and the Japanese do have more eco units right now compared to the Delhi.
Huh. I wonder if that's because maybe TheNavneet wasn't constantly producing fishing ships as he kind of went for the age up. And I knew it! We're getting Dome of the Faith. I thought Dome of the Faith would be the preferred landmark on maps like this, or in situations like this, because it gets you the mosque, which is oh so critical. You don't need to spend 150 wood to get the access to the mosques and its technology. The other thing, it's still going to give you a scholar, right? I mean, you get the cheaper scholars. I want to see if you get a scholar from Dome of the Faith.
Well, TheNavneet is aged up. I don't see a free scholar there. So it looks like he will have to buy them at 80
No
gold
big
a
deal.
pop. But he's got a few in the queue.
Yeah, they're fairly inexpensive. So he'll queue up a couple, and that's going to give him a huge tempo advantage.
Yeah. Taking a look at what's been scouted so far. See, Jay Hill has done a circle of the island. He's got basically the entire island scouted out at this point. TheNavneet as well. So both players know where their opponents are and their fishing economy is. I don't see any military ships currently in production for the Japanese. We do see an arrow galley from TheNavneet still on that one dock. Also, a new thing with this patch, you can see the 2 rally points extending from that dock. You can set a economic rally point, so your fishing ships don't go to the front line, which allows your military ships to be in position and not be back with the rest of your fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm just trying to, fix the technical difficulties I'm having on my end.
Yeah, no worries. So, looks like Japanese are gonna be committing to a land push here. We've got Anabagesha in the queue. We got 3 out on the map. A couple of them hiding in a stealth forest just outside the Delhi base. Gonna have 7 in total. We do have that first archer ship for the Japanese. Springled ship now in production. TheNavneet with just 1 archer ship at this point. Using it, he's got it on patrol. Trying to keep his fishing eco safe. We'll see if Jay Hill wants to play defensively with his naval units like TheNavneet, or if he's looking to push an attack on the fishing eco. But he's pushing that attack with Anabagesha, forcing the Delhi off of gold just a little bit. Getting some damage in, no Vil kills. But he's got 4 Anabagesha. TheNavneet does have his stable out, so he's got 2 Ghazi Raiders. Anabagesha, though, just doing damage to those Raiders. Now able to get onto a Berryville. Nav able to pull that back to safety. Anabagesha going down to the TC fire here. And no movement on water militarily for either player. So they're going to keep it safe using those military ships that they have currently as more of a defense. You can see Jay Hill going with the offense. On land, on Anabagesha, we now have archers out for the Delhi. We do see a tower going up on the gold. Scout doesn't get picked off. Anabagesha may be looking to contest the outpost, but they're not going to dive it. They're pulling back to the safety of the stealth forest. TheNavneet does have the scout there, though. Not currently able to see into it. Scout looking around, trying to find that Japanese army. And that is actually not a scout, that's a Ghazi Raider. All the horses look the same to me.
He is able to find it, though. And Jay Hill looks like he's mixing in some spears, but not really going to help him too much. Ghazi Raiders, they don't perform very well versus Anabagesha. So the spears will be good, but he really needs to find an answer to those Delhi Sultanate archers.
Yeah. Another thing to remember is that Tower of Victory was not the landmark, so these archers are not the beasts that the Delhi archers normally are. And as I'm saying that, Jay Hill looking to make an attack on land, maybe pushing up Looks like it'd be a good engagement for TheNavneet, but while this is going on, Jehill does have a naval force coming counterclockwise around the north side of the map, looking to put pressure on TheNavneet. Nav, who only has one archer ship, not going to be able to defend against this naval force at all. That archer ship is going to be deleted. Delhi now looking to capture the sacred sites, but TheNavneet's fishing economy is in deep trouble here. Just one dock. You can see him trying to get that sprinkled ship out. I think it's going to be too late. Delhi Water in a tough spot here. Do see Jehill able to prevent the sacred site capture on the north side. TheNavneet moving his units to the north to try to deal with the Japanese army here. A little skirmish in the middle. Nav able to pick off a spear as they just rally on through. The Onondagasha and other spearmen gonna go down shortly. But it is really rough for Delhi on water right now. And so TheNavneet looking to go compound to the defender. And one of those things about Continental is there are quite a few resources that are so close to the edge of the water. You can see the archer ship trying to get on these Goldvilles just a little far away, but able to do some damage to the woodcutters. And engagement in the center of the map. On land, looks like TheNavneet's gonna win this one. Onondagasha's, though, coming up to engage with the archers, but there's just enough archers here to thin them out. You see the destroyed value for TheNavneet is higher, able to pick off more Japanese units here. But Delhi, I believe, has basically been forced off of water at this point. Nav does have a second dock down on the west side of his base. He's lost that northern one. That's Skellar. You know, new patch may not be thinking about the fact that, yeah, you did have a Skellar in that dock, and it needs to go somewhere. See those sprinkled ships coming up to the south. TheNavneet throwing in the towel after losing the water. I don't think he was in a losing position here. He was doing fine land military-wise. About to go up to castle with a better destroyed value. I think he was just shaken from losing water.
Yeah, I think in the back of his mind, there's that saying, lose water, lose the game. And I think Jehill just kind of coming around, sort of surprising him with all that military, with his navy, and just kind of just taking the water fresh and clear. I think TheNavneet maybe felt he was in a worse position than he actually was. You know, you assume that villager production is the same, but now your opponent just has all these extra fishing ships. Really difficult to overcome.
Yeah, still though, strong position on land at that point. With Jehill investing so much into his navy, TheNavneet able to win the land game. Potentially thought he just couldn't take it home at that point to the Japanese base, but I'm not sure. I think there was still a window to clear out the Japanese on land for the Delhi. But Nav not thinking that that was the case. Gonna call the GGs. Game goes to Jehill, and that was round 2 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, looks like lower bracket is still kind of working on Continental, so we might be able to go back to that if you would like.
I would love another Continental game. I would love to see another lower bracket match here.
Round 3 in the top bracket is just getting started. But real quick, I just kind of want to ask, King of the Rockies, what's the deal with that? That's a LAN event going on, right?
Yeah, King of the Rockies. We're putting on Rising Empires is hosting another regional LAN this year. We just had King of the North wrap up last weekend, which looked like it was a great time. I wish I could have been there. Production was amazing. Great tournament, great atmosphere up in Norway. And at the end of August, from August 23rd to 25th, we are doing the same thing with a North American LAN in Denver, Colorado. So far, we've got over $8,600 in the prize pool. We got the base prize pool of $6,000, but we're using Matcherino for anybody in the community who wants to contribute to the prize pool. All of that money going straight to the players through Matcherino. We've raised over $2,500 going into the prize pool, so we're over 8.5K in prizes at this point. Yeah, we're going to be looking at battles between the best NA players at the end of August. Wham and Puppy Paw headlining the event. They received invites, and they'll be there. We did have qualifiers. We got Soldier, GUA, Nyan Racing Cat, Phyllis Berto, Mokomi, and the Mr. Munch rounding out the 8 players playing in person in Denver at the end of August. It's going to be a great time. If it's anything like King of the North was, it's going to be a blast. And I'm going to be there in person. I just bought my plane ticket today. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, so am I. And, you know, as you went down those names, those are all, like, Conqueror level 3 players. Not obviously Puppy, Wham, pro players. We expect them. But Mokomi, Mr. Munch, they're all Conq 3, correct?
Yeah. I mean, names like GUA give you anxiety. Nyan Racing Cat, Soldier, players who have played in the upper echelons of tournaments before. Names that will be familiar to those who have caught previous S-tier tournaments in the past. They'll be competing. A big draw for me is that it's going to be all in person, all live from Denver at the end of August.
Super excited.
Yeah, a little bit later in this broadcast, we'll bring up King of the Rockies again. We got some fun stuff to show you for that, ways to support, and maybe some other items of interest. So stick around. But for now, I want to go back to Continental.
All right, so I seem to be having some minor issues with the LEL rule sets, so it might kick me again, and I'm not sure why it disappeared.
Interesting.
But I think
don't know.
maybe it's just a slight issue with all the mods that it went through, but it does not appear for a mod for me. So hopefully that won't cause any other issues. But yeah,
you know what?
we can grab.
Why don't I
another
invite you
game.
to a game real quick, and I'll host that mod, and maybe it can download for you.
I think it's just gonna kick me like it did last time.
Let me just throw up a custom lobby real quick. Yeah, we'll try to get you that mod. We'll go back, catch some lower bracket action on Continental. One of my favorite maps to cast. Local unpublished mods cannot be downloaded.
Yep, that's basically what I'm experiencing, and I don't know why.
Good to know. I wonder if any of the players have run into that issue so far. I haven't been able to monitor the Discord. So if that's been an issue with players in this tournament, if one person has it and the other doesn't, I am not sure. But we'll get into a game. We'll see if they are running that rule set.
Yep, you just need to send me another invite.
All right. And while I do that, bring back the games to observe. You know what? I don't believe I've ever cast a Zernium and Extremis TV match in the past. So I'd like to do that. I actually participated in the low elo legends that was held at the end of June, and I got to play against Extremis TV, who may be streaming right now. I know he's a French streamer. I dropped by his stream after our games.
Okay, let's see if we can get into
see
that
if we can
game. Send
find
me an
him.
invite. Yeah, so what I think happened was when I upgraded my computer and reinstalled AoE 4, it downloaded all available mods, and for some reason that mod doesn't seem to be available anymore, and I'm not sure why. Whether that's just a glitch with my computer or what. But I will have to work that one out at a later date.
Oh man, and I think the oop, no, there's the observe. Okay. Let's see if I can find them. I don't believe they're on my friends list. So if I scroll through here real quick. See if I can find their match. I see Kirk. I see TheNavneet, Anti-Raider. I see Inca. We do see those middle or top bracket games on African waters in progress. Anybody who's on Continental. We already saw a Kirk Salvator game. We could go back to him because that's what I'm seeing. But I would like
Okay,
to
so
potentially
no
get someone new
Extremis?
on there. I'm not able to find him in the observable game list. I don't know if their game is still active right now. Refresh. Bottom bracket here. It's still on round 2. You know, we got Sorrow Angel and Marjiman going, and I've got Sorrow Angel on my friends list, so
Alright,
let's
see
jump
if we
into
can
his
get
game.
into that one. Alright, did not get booted.
Wonderful.
So that's a good first sign. Looks like we have 2 powerhouses on water maps, or widely considered to be powerhouses.
Mm-hmm. No big surprises here. It was fun to see Delhi in the previous game. Able to get those faster fishing ships. But we are jumping into lower bracket here. Back onto Continental. I'm taking a look at Marjiman's base right now. He's in the blue. He's playing as China on the south side of the island here. You can see his vills going towards wood, but then also building a mill. So I'm not sure if he's looking for a water opening. And, you know, that's not a huge surprise in lower level games. Sometimes, you know, players are not used to hybrid maps or water maps, and they're just gonna play on land. In contrast, we got Sorrow Angel in the orange as the HRE. And he's docking. He is going water out of the gate here. Playing it pretty standard for water. You know, Sorrow Angel's played in a lot of LEL tournaments in the past. He knows the deal. Maybe in the lower bracket today, but if we had a middle bracket today, he'd be squarely in that. And he's got his first fishing ship about to pop out of the dock right now.
Yep, Starro Angel, as you mentioned, played a lot of LEL games and tournaments, so he knows this map pretty well. It's as I mentioned previously, it is an admin favorite. He's doing the right opening here. He's got actually, I think, a little bit more on wood than he really needs to be with 6. I think you can just kind of constantly produce as HRE with just 5, but no big deal. Now he's up to 7. So might have some food issues in a little bit.
Those
Interesting.
inspired
All right.
vills are so important for the HRE on water. I mean, the fact that you don't have to use as many villagers on wood really allows you to, you know, keep that constant fishing boat production, but get up to feudal at not as much of a delayed time as you normally would with a water opening.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the spawn for him, I think this prelate could probably stand in a perfect position and buff the food eco, the wood eco, and the gold eco, if I'm not mistaken. or
The
be
one-man
pretty close
Aachen
to being-
Chapel right there.
Yeah, so as I kind of look at this, normally HRE is going to go Aachen Chapel, then straight into a Regnance, probably Fast Castle. But when you get on water maps with HRE, it opens up a lot of possibilities. Minework becomes an option here. Burgrave becomes an option here. You don't need to do the standard HRE play because you're getting the additional resources from the dock.
Yeah, and because that additional resource is food, it's really not that uncommon to see Burgrave as the Castle Age landmark of choice for the HRE. And it's a pretty good, game plan. Get your economy set up, get that fishing eco going, get up to Castle Age at a relatively fast clip, and then just flood those men-at-arms.
Oh, look to the south.
Oh, boy! I haven't seen one
drop.
of these in months. I'm ready for it.
We have a Barbican drop, and this could absolutely mess up Sorrow Angel. So, maybe Marjiman avoided water because he just wanted a Barbican drop, and he's hoping to catch his opponent asleep at the wheel and not having enough gold. I do think Sorrow Angel will get enough gold in before the Barbican goes up, but ooh,
that's brutal. That's such a brutal spot. That's gonna deny wood everywhere for the HRE. Oh my goodness. And it's just outside of the sight range of Sorrow Angel. What a perfect Barbican.
So
that is nutty. It's gonna hit the gold too. Oh.
How does he get line of sight on the back line on this wood line, right? Because the Barbican can only shoot if he has line of sight. And the trees are gonna block it. Okay, we do have an Aachen Chapel. But Sorrow Angel is going to be in for a real surprise in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. There's one Vil. There's two Vils. Oh, no. Oh, man. I am raging if I'm Sorrow Angel right now. Oh, 3 Vils. Now, he's lost 3 Vils, but he's still up 5 in the eco count with the fishing. And the fact that Marjiman did have to run those Vils for like 30 seconds across the map, that's a lot of idle eco time. So it's not game over, but it's frustrating.
So I gotta give Sorrow Angel a little bit of credit here. Didn't panic, knew where his second gold was, knew where his second wood line was, and just kind of went right over there. But Marjiman, he's dropping an archery range. We could be getting... Are we getting Chug? No.
I think we might be.
So he needs Song Dynasty.
He does need Song for it.
Yeah, he needs another landmark. So he's just going to go base archers here. But that's going to be enough to sort of deny these secondary resources for Sorrow Angel.
Yeah, and it is time. Sorrow Angel, gathering wood. If he's able to get that barracks down, men-at-arms, and this is really not going to be too much of a big deal. But that first archer's on the map, putting pressure on. And especially at lower levels, like this sort of pressure is so frustrating to deal with. Just because it's hard to play, getting your opening thrown off so much. Like what he's doing here. Sorrow Angel is gonna panic drop that barracks. That will go up. A couple of archers, though, gonna try to pick off villagers. No! Sorrow's not committing to the barracks.
Is he going to try to kill those archers with his villagers and get a surround? Or is he just running?
I think he's just running. Right. A barracks is the right call. He just needs to drop it, though. Doesn't have the wood for it, so those Vils have to go back and drop off at least what they're carrying currently. Oh, but he does need that barracks.
So we have a blacksmith coming down. I think we might be getting Ram Ranch. We're probably going to get siege engineering and maybe some clown car. Marjiman,
there's the Imperial Academy, so Zhugnu's going to be an option now as soon as that completes. Now the barracks is coming out. I mean, Sorrow Angel's going to be fine for the men-at-arms production. It's going to be something that can push back the Japanese here. Archers coming out looking for a target. They're going to see Vils crossing the map here, getting some more damage in. And I don't know if Sorrow Angel is aware, though, that he still has quite an economic lead here. Fishing ships, so helpful right now.
He needs horsemen. He does not have access to gold to keep the men-at-arm production up. He needs horsemen because they cost only food and wood. And right now, those are the only two resources he has access to. But we have a blacksmith coming out. Interesting choice. He doesn't really have any gold coming in, so can't get any upgrades just yet. Maybe he's going to try to be sneaky and go to the other side of the map and get access to gold. But Marjiman so far really has the gold locked down tight. And as I say that, I discover Sorrow Angel is on his... Yeah, sneaky. And we do have an outpost coming up, so that's gonna, for the most part, secure this gold. So yeah, Sorrow Angel will be able to invest in men-at-arms. Marjiman does scout it out, but I don't know if those archers are going to be able to come over in time. One ever so slight issue is the placement of that tower. It is not forward, so the archers may still be able to apply pressure here.
That's true. Tower gets completed just in time. No villagers go down, but you can see those ranged units starting to mass right now. So many Jukanu in the queue for Marjiman. More men-at-arms coming out. You were right. He absolutely needs that stable at this point.
Yeah, if Marjiman could get a little bit of stone, arrow slits would be really nice right about now. But
yeah, and it's pretty cheap, too, for the HRE. And another push potentially on the gold. Here comes the Jugs. They're going to shoot a deer first. And what a sacrificial deer.
One villager rallying over does get caught in the crossfire, though, unfortunately. But Sorrow Angel still has a little bit of an economic lead. It's 35 to 38. I'm wondering if Marjiman is going to go on docks here, or maybe go up to Castle Age? I'm not entirely sure. He's kind of in between on the macro there.
Another push onto the gold. I don't know. You might be thinking he's going to want to just close this out with overwhelming Jugnu mass with some rams. Do you see Sorrow Angel with a ram of his own? He's got those men-at-arms. He's got spearmen. Spearmen not going to do much, but they'll help out with the production of the ram anyway. That's about all they're good for at this point.
They are good at absorbing damage. They're meat shields. Not good meat shields, but meat shields nonetheless.
Keep those men-at-arms alive just a little bit longer. First ram now in for Marjiman, looking to take out that outpost and get the HRE off of gold for good. We do see a blueprint on that big gold, though, to the southwest for the HRE. The ram is in. Now Sorrow Angel's rams gonna focus on the Barbican.
Villagers are going to try to repair the tower. Now they're going to jump to just burning down the ram. Infantry moving over for Sorrow Angel. We're going to get a little bit of a fight here. Archer mass moving over, taking some shots. Looks like Sorrow Angel is going to be able to take the ram down. He needs to focus on these archers, though. Archers are little by little just digging away at these men-at-arms. And because the Chuganoots, they're not going to be able to last long. Sorrow Angel's about to lose all of his men-at-arms, and this game might be a short one indeed.
Yeah.
Down to 2 men-at-arms. Last one going down here. He does not have ranged defense, so those men-at-arms don't stand a chance against Chuganus. They have 3 range. Meanwhile, Marjiman does 5 damage. So that's 2 damage a shot, 6 damage. Rems, though, for Sorrow Angel, are going to do a lot of damage to this Barbican, and Marjiman doesn't have any infantry, so all he can do is just pepper it with Chugnu shots. This Barbican could go down. Nice play from Sorrow Angel to knock this thing down.
Yeah, it certainly could. I mean, Marjiman earlier did have about 6 Vills repairing that Barbican. It would have been down a lot sooner. Now we do see Marjiman scouting out the gold for Sorrow Angel, able to prevent that outpost from going up. Imperial astronomical clock tower has been constructed. Chinese are now in the castle age. Now the Jugnu's just pushing in on the original gold for Sorrow Angel. You can see those men-at-arms coming out, but Liquid, you were right. He did need to add, you know, stable and some horsemen. I think this game would have gone quite a bit differently. But we do have another push here. Men-at-arms coming in, trying to delete the Jugnus before they can get veterancy.
But we have Lancers here. Lancers are going to be a perfect front line against these men-at-arms. Age 3 Lancers versus Age 2 early men-at-arms. Not going to end well for the men-at-arms. Try as they might.
Second Lancer coming out. We do see the IO supervising that stable. Oh, Clock Tower Nesta Bees in play. HRE Army in a real tricky spot.
We have a hero men-at-arms, though, trying to take down the Nesta Bees.
Yeah, you can see all of them pulled, trying to take out that Nesta Bees. But that leaves them sitting ducks for the Jugnus.
Villagers coming over to repair. Don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Nesta Bees should go down, but still, Sorrow Angel in a little bit of trouble here, having to deal with Lancers and Jugnus. Ooh, Crossbowmen now coming out. We have like a triple whammy. Sorrow Angel's entire comp is heavily countered out and out-tacked. It's an uphill battle for Sorrow Angel at this point.
Yeah, crossbows, a great tech switch for Marjiman. He had the range right here. Does look like the IO is taken down, so it's not supervised, but still, just the ability to basically create crossbowmen right outside of your enemy's base is huge. We do see just the full commitment to men-at-arms from Sorrow Angel here. But they're not going to do too much. I mean, at this point, yeah, you mix those spears right back in.
You do, but they're just going to get toasted by crossbowmen and by Jugnus. So not a lot of options for Sorrow Angel. Sort of, you know, I feel like he got a long road ahead. Ooh, Nesta Bee shot right on top of the men-at-arms. Does a lot of damage. A lot of men-at-arms here, though. They may be able to overwhelm these Lancers, but little by little, I think the Lancers are going to come out on top. They jump onto the Nesta Bees, desperately trying to get it down. Nesta Bees firing onto the villagers.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And I think we should be seeing the resignation pretty soon at this point.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer Sorrow Angel can hold out for.
"32 Vil kills for Marjiman so far in the game.
I think most of Sorrow Angel's economy at this point is probably on the water.
Yeah.
And good game gets called.
Yeah, that Barbican. Oh, that was a beautiful Barbican. Sorrow, I see it in the chat. Man, that placement on the Barbican, it was one tile outside of your sight range. That was huge. China never actually going onto water that entire game. Loads up Continental and says, nah, I'm not playing by the map's rules. I want a BBQ drop. That's what I'm going to do. And, you know, it worked out for him. A little dicey, though. You said earlier, Liquid, stable, some horsemen. Could have been the right call, especially with gold being such a difficult resource for Sorrow Angel to really secure in the early game. Maybe would have turned the tide there. That barbecue wasn't an instant win for China. There was certainly an open opportunity for Sorrow Angel to push that back, but unfortunately, just with the timing of everything, not able
Yeah,
to. Well played by Marjiman.
yeah. So credit to Marjiman, the timing of that, just kind of knowing his opponent's going on water and his opponent's feudal age is going to be slowed down just ever so slightly, really creates a beautiful window for the BBQ drop. Um, I think it's not GG at that point. There are plenty of options, but one thing you have to remember is when you're getting aggressed at, you know, 4 minutes 30 seconds into the game, that wasn't in your script, right? You look at your bingo cards, not there on this map. So you sort of go into this like panic mode, and it's just, oh man, what do I do? And it can get very challenging. I think Sorrow Angel handled it very, very, very well given the circumstances. But Marjaman just had some clean timings there and had a good strategy that he executed well.
Yeah, he really did. And cheers to Sorrow, because, if this happened to me on ladder, I'd be hitting Alt F4 pretty quickly in mid feudal. Just like, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Mongol main, so when the barbecue drops come in, I just select TC, press T, move to the other side of the map, have a nice day.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously HRE can't do that, so it's a tough spot. But again, I like the clean timing for Marjaman. He had a plan, he knew what he wanted to do, and he came in and he executed. And that's anytime you face somebody with a good plan that they execute well, it's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, good strategy overall. Really surprising your opponent, surprising me. We were pretty hyped up when we saw those 8 vills starting to cross the map. We were talking like, oh, he's not going water, not going. Oh, it's a barbecue drop. Very well
Yeah,
played. I do have a question, just something I'm curious about. Those initial rams for Sorrow Angel targeting the Barbican. Would you have done that? Or I'm starting to think you want to hit the production that China has. That forward production might give you a little more value.
I I don't think there's really a right answer
Mm-hmm.
other than do your best to mitigate the Barbican's effect. And
Yeah.
what I mean by that is, could you go and secure up some other resources? So maybe having a Barbican in the front of your base isn't a big deal because it can't target anything. And that would be my immediate reaction. And Sorrow Angel did that. I think his tower placement was a little suboptimal. But 400 resources plus the tech cost into just knocking that thing down, I did feel in that situation sort of puts you behind, and that resource could have been spent somewhere else. Maybe getting to castle, maybe getting horsemen, maybe getting production buildings. I don't know if in that situation you have to deal with the Barbican right then and there. You can certainly. I just, you know, th- maybe it could have been ignored and dealt with at a later time. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. Real tricky when China is right at your doorstep. Also, just thinking about, I mean, we had caster's view, so we could see the entire map. But if you don't know that your opponent doesn't have water, um, or if you do know that on this map and you're gold starved, there's always coastal trade.
Yeah, absolutely. There are options. I will say on a tiny map like Continental, your options are a little bit more limited, and it's not easy to deal with Barbican Drop. It's not fun. Nobody enjoys playing against it, and it scrambles your brain. So, credit to Sorrow Angel. It looked like for a few minutes there he was going to pull through, and he was going to be able to kind of fend off Marchman a little bit, but Marchman, I think, also had a sneaky Castle Age timing that really complicated Sorrow Angel's response. When all of a sudden you're getting hit with Castle Age Lancers and Castle Age Crossbowmen,
Mm-hmm.
and you're still in Feudal Age, not a lot you can do at that point, right?
I,
You're in a little bit of a difficult situation.
yeah, I'm with you. That I think that castle age, the age up right there, basically closed out the game in Marjaman's favor. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, good game though. Real fun to watch. Real interesting. Not your typical continental game. Well played to both players. Let's swing on back to the lobby and see if we can jump into another game here. Let me pull up our brackets.
Welcome back, everyone. Can see us. Waving to all the viewers. So, kind of taking a look, it looks like top bracket is still in round 3. You have Bagsy versus J Hill still kind of in progress. So if you want to jump back into the upper bracket on African waters, that might be a map to do it in. We are waiting for the round 2 to close in the lower bracket. So if you can, let's see if we can catch that J Hill Bagsy game, or
Yeah,
we're
let's
gonna
do
have
that.
to wait till lower bracket starts round 3.
No, let's see if Bagsy's still playing. We did see a J Hill game earlier, but I wouldn't mind watching him again. We saw him take the win over TheNavneet on Continental just before our last match that we casted.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, J Hill is towards the upper ELO limits of the top bracket, closer to
You
that
are correct. He
1500.
typically does play in upper bracket when we have 3 brackets available. I don't see it under the Observe tab, so they may be closing that game out right now. Scrolling through real quick. Unfortunately, neither of them on my friends list. Let's see if I can do a quick look up for Bagsy. See if I can just observe him from that angle. No, showing as offline on both sides there, so we are not going to be able to see the African Waters game in the top bracket. And it looks like both of our brackets are just about to move on to the next round. So, from my perspective, I think this is a good time to take a little bit of a break. Let round 3 and round 4 kick off for both of our brackets. Maybe we come back to a lower bracket game. I'd like to see some African Waters. Weird map that we haven't run since the start of the DLC. Should be really interesting. Those initial TCs spawning so close to each other. Could have a really messy game in the lower bracket. So yeah, we'll take a break. We'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. And we'll have more low elo action for you when we get back. See you soon. right, coming back in from that break. Didn't want to extend it too long. Liquid will be back in 1 second.
I am actually back.
Oh, nice. Okay, perfect timing. We'll get your camera right back on screen. Taking a look right now at upper bracket here. We're thinking of looking at Bagsy versus TheIncan on round 4 on Frisian Marshes. So far in the day.
Wonderful.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I got TheIncan going 2-1 versus Bagsy, who is 1-1 with a bye. Both players regulars of the tournament. Seen their names quite frequently. I think both players are also frequent posters in the Griobara Discord.
Yes, that is a Discord I am fairly familiar with. You will find both those players in there. 1v1s, team games. They're fairly regulars. They're also, fairly regular in Rising Empires as well. I've seen TheIncan play in this tournament a few times, and Bagsy is no stranger to it either.
Yeah, I feel like Bagsy may have won it in the past, but I think Bagsy's also worked his way up through the ranks, so I may have casted like a middle bracket finals victory for Bagsy in the past. It is a name I certainly recognize. In game now, they are currently in the process of setting up the game. So while they set that up, I'm going to do just another King of the Rockies shout out. Oh, camera's not
We
on.
talk about some of the merch that's available and tickets as well. I know that is something that Draxos is really kind of, excited for.
Yeah. So for those who weren't here a little earlier in the stream when we shouted it out, we are putting on a North American LAN at the end of August, from August 23rd to 25th in Denver, Colorado, called King of the Rockies. With the top NA players coming by. We got Wham and Puppy Paw, as well as our 6 other qualifiers playing live in person.
Yeah, and there's even a custom map designed for this tournament as well, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so we do have a variant of Coastal Cliffs, where instead of water serving as the inaccessible part of the map, we've got a giant mountain range, the Rocky Mountain Range. So Coastal Cliffs will turn into Rockies for the tournament. But we also do have merch available for the tourney. It should be on the screen now. We do have shirts and hoodies up for sale at our risingempires.square.site. More details are in our Discord. It's a pretty slick design, and I'm loving the color schemes. I'll be attending King of the Rockies in person, so I'm gonna pick one up while I'm there. But we do have hoodies and shirts for sale. You can also go to the Discord to see how you can buy a ticket. If you're in North America, especially if you're in the Colorado area, come on by. If it's half as fun as King of the North looked like it was, it's going to be a fantastic time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, not only do you get to meet the great Howard Beale, but you also get to interact with some of the other top-level players, as previously mentioned. Puppy, Wham, kind of, the 2 big names here, but also Mr. Munch, Makomi. Makomi's another big streamer as well. GUA, Give You Anxiety. He's, I'll let his name speak for itself. Definitely a tough competitor. So you'll get the opportunity to interact with some of these players, pick their brains a little bit, and most importantly of all, watch them do what they do best.
Yeah, it's gonna be a party. It's gonna be a competition. It's gonna be a fun weekend in Denver at the end of August. Yeah, so I'm gonna pop these off the screen real quick. We'll see if our competitors are into the next game. It looks like they are. So let's jump into that.
Oh, and this is a very classic matchup that I absolutely love. On Frisian Marshes, no less.
Yeah, Frisian Marshes been in the tournament scene for a long, long time. A lot of people's favorite tournament maps. I really like this map. Uh, Maybe because it is an extra sheep type of map. A lot of sheep there. That's why HRE feels like, a strong pick. You can grab those sheep and have safe food for such a while, such a long time under your TC. Helps you get to
So,
that castle age. Waiting for the observer delay to run
so
out
you
here.
mentioned sheep here, so maybe now's a good time to just kind of talk about one of the most recent Season 8 updates to the sheep themselves and some of the impact that that's going to have on gameplay, right? So you have a 20% reduction in the amount of food available per sheep. They go from 250 down to 200. But instead of starting with 3, I believe you start with 5, which is actually a huge change because it allows for deeper scouting patterns. It allows you to extend your scout out there for a lot longer, find additional sheep. I think overall it's a very positive change, but it is kind of unique. And to HRE in particular, it's very important starting with 1,000 food instead of 750, and then being able to scout further and collect more sheep. Because a lot of times, what you're doing with HRE really depends on how many sheep you get. Do you have enough sheep to safely fast castle? Yes or no? And I think this change will actually lend itself more towards yes than, we probably would have seen with HRE in the past.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's
a
my
great
personal
change
opinion.
in my books. Like to reduce the amount of variance that you get from scouting early on when it comes to sheep. And nothing feels worse than picking up like 2 sheep on the map, and that's it. And
Yeah.
where do I go from here, sort of thing. But that's not going to be an issue on Frisian Marshes, which is chock full of sheep. Loading it up right now. We're taking a look in the teal. We got the Incan, Inca, as he's known, as the HRE. And on the other side of the map, in the orange, as the Rus, we've got Bagsy.
Ooh. Bagsy going with the second scout, and same with Inca going with the second scout straight from the TC. Sometimes you see that from Roos. Sometimes you don't see that from Roos. Some players prefer the extra villager, and then they'll just make their scouts out of the hunting cabin. Very interesting to see Bagsy just open straight into that second scout here.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's because the scout out of the hunting cabin would be a little too slow. I'm going to pause this for a second, just reduce some buffering here. But I did want to talk about
Oh.
how the deer spawns on this map. Frisian Marshes is a really, really interesting map from a map generation perspective. You can see both players have their TCs sort of on this line, the northeast line of the map here. Extending out from that, you've got all these ponds full of shoreline fish. So you typically see mills going down the map over the course of the game, and I believe the way that the deer spawns on this is down your little food lane here, you'll have 2 packs of deer. So I'm wondering if Bagsy was aware of that and wanted to get his scout out of the TC so that he could try to grab the bounty on Inca's side before Inca is able to get over there and deny it. And you can
So
see his scout coming in looking for that deer pack right now.
we just had Bagsy pull off a heist. In the northern corner, you saw at the start at the spawn, Inca had a lot of sheep just north of his base. And Bagsy just came over and scooped all of them but one. On the other side, the Incan came all the way over to Bagsy's side and claimed a deer pack, which is huge in denying Bagsy, additional bounty. Bagsy's still going to get to level 1 because he's about to finish the wolf in the west corner, and he's just missing that last deer pack that's left available. Incan is going to find it and snuff it out, but if he gets this wolf here, he'll be in an okay bounty position. Can we get any predictions for bounty? I have it up, so don't worry.
Oh, I'm thinking it's going to be kind of low. I don't know the wolf's distribution on this map. You see Incan pulling off a denial there. Able to take out this entire deer pack from the Roos. So I'm going to say it's going to be rough. I'm going to go with, maybe 150 for Bagsy.
Okay. So what's even more important and very critical on this map, look at the sheep count. Bagsy's coming back with 12 on one of his scouts. A lot of that came from the north corner, from Incan's base. And I'm just looking at, Incan has 5 sheep at his base. He's got 2 sheep on one of his scouts. And so 3 sheep's on the scouts and 5 in the back.
Yeah, so Inca has control of 9 sheep, including a carcass at this point. We want to switch it over to Bagsy. Bagsy's got 25.
Yeah. So that right there is going to probably have an outsized effect on this game. Incan has a lot of food, but I don't know if it's enough to safely fast castle against a Roos. We do have the Kremlin coming down. And we have Akenchapel. Really no surprises there. But I feel like with this amount of sheep, Roos can fast castle if they want. Roos can 2TC if they want. Roos has a lot of options. Meanwhile, the Incan, I think he's going to have to put down a couple early farms, do a farm transition a little bit sooner than he may have wanted to.
Yeah, let's take a look at his sheep count at this point. Looking at 13, so especially on a map with so many more additional sheep, that's tough. Archery range coming out for the Incan, and can we get a bounty number for Bagsy?
Yes, so the official number is 170.
Okay.
Which, given that Incan got 3 of the deer packs, that's actually really good for Bagsy.
Mm-hmm. It's a little more than I thought. I think an extra wolf in there or something making a difference. So
Bagsy's going to 2TC. You can kind of see that in his build order. Second TC should be ready to go down any second now.
Yeah, he is slightly overmined that stone.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, depending on where he wants to put the second town center. If he comes out here and he wants to put a second town center on that closest deer pack, he's going to build a tower, and that extra stone is going to be very useful to get some upgrades to give you a light Kremlin out there and just help ensure that you can keep that second town center alive. And that spawn, the way those deer are spread, you can get that town center down and you can get really close to the shoreline fish. And it could be a really good town center. So, overmining the stone. All right, now that's a tad excessive. He's got 580.
Yeah, still going on that stone. He does have enough of that second TC. Just waiting for that to come in.
TC? Is that what we're looking at? I'm just curious. We might be looking at 3 TC. With all that food, we might be looking at 3 TC. I rarely see this, but you have the Kremlin. You know your opponent's probably going to fast castle. Interesting. Incan, though, doesn't really look to be fast castling. He's getting some archers out on the field.
Yeah, we just saw an archer
pressure.
Yep, he's got 3 of them. 4th one joining. Just saw him slide on through the stealth forest there. That second TC's going up. Bagsy now pulling off a stone, and yeah, that wasn't a specific overmine. He's gearing up for the potential 3rd town center. Still needs to finish his 2nd one at this point.
Yeah, a little curious as to why 3 TC, but we can probably ask him afterwards. If he does in fact put down the 3rd TC. I'm not 100% sure what he's thinking at this point in time. But he has the stone for it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think if you mine stone like that and you drop the 2nd TC on this wood line, you gotta be thinking 3 TCs. And I'm curious if that's gonna pay off. Bagsy opening up with, he's got okay, he does have a stable, adding a barracks against Inca's army comp of Spear Archer. Do see some damage coming in on the scouts. Here comes the first early knight to contest. Spear trying to get in place. A little body blocked by the archer. Wasn't able to get that brace off. But will force the early knight to retreat to the safety of the Kremlin. Inca, though, content to keep massing in feudal here. You can see the production. More archers, more spears. He is geared towards getting those units on the field. Siege engineering coming in as well. So he's looking for a timing push with rams before the Rus can really get established here. And yeah, Bagsy can't really do much. You do see an early farm transition. Liquid, you tell me why you dropped 2 farms at this point.
I don't have an answer. You've got a insane amount of sheep. He's got 18 unskewered sheep that he still has access to. So the farms aren't really a necessity at this point in time. You don't have military superiority in this case, so you can't go out onto outside resources, but you've got more than enough right now to sort of repel this, and it looks like the Incan is going for a feudal all-in. This game's not playing how I thought it would.
No, not at all. Yeah, Bagsy, those farms, though, unfortunately, really just slowing down the 3rd town center. He's got that stone. He's had that stone for a while. Just doesn't have enough wood to put anything out. Those vills walking all across the map to just start taking from the deer. Okay, we do see the hunting cabin coming up. But that 3TC may never be constructed. Inca finishing his 2nd ram at this point and gearing up to take it straight to the Rus's base here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. You have 3 scouts in that Kremlin. You have gremlins available to you. This is gonna be a tough push for Inca for sure. It's never fun to push into a Rus base, especially one this compact.
Well, Inca now incorporating some men-at-arms into the mix. Something to tank shots from the Kremlin. Something to provide a front line for the gremlins. 3rd ram on the way. Bagsy still, just can't, at this point, gather enough wood for that 3rd town center. These farms are breaking my heart.
Yeah, at this point, I think you abandon the 3rd town center. You put up a couple extra towers, use the stone to upgrade them, give them arrow slits. I do love this wall that he's putting up here in front of the Kremlin. That's just going to be a nuisance for the Rams to deal with. Just additional layers,
Yeah, a cheap way to buy some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call.
In comes the charge. Horsemen are going to be able to get a couple picks.
Yeah, that wall is making it so awkward for the HRE to engage. I mean, those Rams have to focus on it first, because they just don't have a good path to the Kremlin. That's what Inca's doing now. He's got the full army, though, underneath the Rus's Kremlin and both TCs. He's just going in on vills. The Gremlins have been called out, trying to get into the production. This might be an overextension from Inca, though. TC fire hitting the men-at-arms, but as soon as those men-at-arms die, those vills are going to be... those archers are going to be cleaned up. Inca's staying alive longer than I thought possible, though. I just gotta wonder, where is his army?
So his army is garrisoned in the Kremlin, and they're popping out now to take down those Rams. And Incan's whole military is sort of out of position here. Those Rams are going to go down. And once those Rams go down, this push is going to stall. 2nd Ram goes down. Just the 3rd one needs to go down, and then they re-garrison in the Kremlin, and nicely played by Bagsy. And
yeah,
now you
good
have
hold by Bagsy
free.
for sure. Although, during the whole kerfluffle, Incan able to take out 15 villagers of the Rus, and the Rus are 2 TCs, but that is still gonna take quite a bit of time to recover from.
Yeah, so now Bagsy needs that third TC, because 2 TCs you'll recover, but you need to recover a little bit faster than this, and you need to repair that Kremlin. Horseman popping out, looks like Bagsy's going to attempt to either raid or cut off reinforcements that Incan might be sending over. Incan sees it though, able to snipe one of the horsemen. He's down to 2, but they're just running right by. And horsemen are the fastest unit in the game, so not going to be able to catch them up, but I don't think Inca is too concerned with 2 horsemen in his backfield. He's got walls, he can garrison, so they're more of a nuisance than they are a real threat.
Yeah, horsemen going to stop that range from coming up.
But I think Incan has shown that he just wants to keep applying pressure, and Bagsy is gonna, slowly attempt to recover from the first one.
Yeah, really interesting first push from the Incan. Big dive, kills a lot of villagers, but that gap is starting to close. Bagsy doing a good job making sure that he's got production on both of those town centers. Certainly cannot afford to miss any villager creation at this point when you're down like this.
Bagsy's doing what he can to kind of make up for it, though. So in between all that, he had his knights out, and he was able to kill both boars. So he's actually up to 320 bounty, so that gives his villagers an additional 5% gather rate, and hunting cabins now generate more gold as a result. So he's doing all the right things to kind of build up his eco in place of all that damage he just took.
Yeah, great call from Bagsy. I mean, that's one of those things. You're getting pressured. Find your eco advantage wherever you can get it. Going to the boar. A great
that's
choice.
A dead villager.
That's 2 dead vills. Good and couple of picks.
Those are like those nice little how you doing raids. Just, pop in there, kill a villager, pick out a second one, run away before they can do any damage to you. Just, letting your opponent know, hey, I'm still here and I'm not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, good call. Keeping your opponent honest and just keeping that pressure so they don't get comfortable with the position that they have. But we do see Incan go into castle with a regnance.
And this is where it's going to get stressful for Bagsy, because Bagsy's still trying to recover from that first attack. He's not in position to go castle. And once Incan gets to castle age, all he needs to do is make a men-at-arms. Age 3 men-at-arms with heavy maces perform very well, especially against feudal knights. Little knight raid coming in, probably going to pick off this villager. First charge hits, second one kills the vill, and away they go. But Incan has a lot of tempo on his side. He's going to go collect those relics, which with the regnance is going to give him a huge eco boost. And Bagsy needs to respond. He needs to respect this Castle Age play from Incan, and he needs to get to Castle Age himself. Otherwise, those heavy mace men-at-arms are going to be problematic.
For sure. Good call for Bagsy, pulling these 2 knights, keeping them in that food lane for the Incan, right near this relic. Gonna try to deny a relic pickup here. Oh, knights going away now. I thought they were gonna park there and potentially look to deny that. But we do see Vills coming over. Bagsy looking to take the gold from the HRE on the HRE side over here. Will likely be scouted out potentially when a prelate comes for this relic. Do you see Inca has already secured 1. And will likely get this second one in between both of the bases.
Yeah, Bagsy is another 60 seconds away from being able to put down his age 3 landmark. But I think timing-wise, he may be able to deny 1 relic. That relic that's closest to his base is fairly safe. But still, HRE coming away with 4 relics in this situation is massive for them. Nice little raid, though. Picking up a 4th villager in the Incan's base. Bagsy's also hunting down these 3 horsemen in the south corner. so repelling the Incan's raids while also, creating his own havoc there. That wall, once this wall gets up, I think the Incan will be able to breathe a little bit easier, but it's not done yet, though. Still
Certainly
got one
not.
piece.
Knights finding the prelate, but the prelate did scout out this gold mine from Bagsy here, so Inca does know that the Roos trying to take some cheeky gold on his side of the map. You see the response here. The HRE army moving out to try to take those vills. Bagsy's aware. He's trying to get his villagers away. But those are some speedy boys. Well-trained HRE army, just a little faster, those infantry units, than your standard infantry.
Yeah, so they have marching drills, so they move at 138. They're going to be able to, especially with their charges, catch up and pick up a couple villager kills right here, but Bagsy has equalized the villager counts with his second TC, and he's also gotten up to Castle Age himself. But all those gold mine villagers, all of them get murdered, just absolutely butchered.
Yeah, and Bagsy needs to pull from that large gold mine in the back. You can see those vills heading home. A lot of idle time for the vills. Meanwhile, Bagsy engaging outside of his base. There's an HRE army with the rams coming in. But these are just feudal archers, feudal units. Hasn't had the time to upgrade quite yet. Another force coming in from the back from Bagsy. Gonna drive the HRE back. These rams too far forward to do anything. So it looks like that 600 wood investment is gonna pop.
Yeah, Bagsy turning around now with the rest of his force. I think he's going to claim these three rams there as just a token of goodwill from the Incan. And then just kind of continue, but now he's in Castle Age. He's going to start hopefully collecting relics. There's one left on the map, which is the one I thought he'd be able to defend, because it spawned so close to your base. The Incan, though, he's actually hunting around in the south corner looking for Pocket Eco. He seems to have realized Bagsy is sucking up all that Pocket Eco, so he's coming down to check the gold, check this deer spawn down here, but not going to find anything just yet, and as he moves north, he's just going to find areas that Bagsy has already cleared out.
Yeah, all those villagers, the ones that survived, are back home safely at this point. Do you see Siege Workshop coming in for the Roos? Those farms now looking like they might pay off as the sheep are about to run out.
Yeah, and look at that. We're 20 minutes into this game, and Bagsy is just starting to run out of sheep. He got an absolute haul. But with the high trade house as well, also great spot. That's going to generate deer, so he's going to have some residual. If Bagsy just collects this last relic to make sure HRE doesn't get it, he'll be in a good position. Also, he's taking his knights and horsemen around, sort of looking for any pocket eco or any exposed resources that Inca may have. Probably not going to find anything because Incan is pretty tight, pretty consolidated build. Incan is moving in and going to push Bagsy off gold.
Yeah, and I was taking a look at the army comps, and I was wondering, Bagsy, why are there no crossbows here? And I think it's just because all those gold vills being pushed off the two pocket golds really hurt the gold production for Bagsy. He's at the point now, though, where he could start adding those crossbows in. He's got two ranges down in the south. I do see a MountainAle coming out of that Siege Workshop.
Yeah, love the siege from Bagsy. Definitely want to see some crossbows here. That's a lot of men-at-arms. They don't yet have heavy maces, which, is a very important tech. Expensive tech, but an important tech. And they also have two-handed weapons. They don't have it. Nice little raid on the stone in the south of Bagsy's base, though.
Yeah, spears coming in. That little mass of Incan's units able to pick up a couple vills on that stone before being driven away.
Yeah, and that's the thing with marching drills, right? He was able to kind of get in, poke, and get out without taking a ton of damage. He did lose some units, but it wasn't catastrophically bad. Night raid coming in on north. One villager comes down. Villagers are running for their life. Knights are now in the backfield, though.
Yeah, we see Bagsy
Looks
needing
like the
to
Incan is
retreat
pushing
here.
in.
Knights, though, on the wood line, and while this is all happening, Inca securing that 5th relic. See the prelate taking it back home. So he's gonna HRE with 5 relics. That is a
We have
tough
a
position to
citizen's
fight against.
arrest going on in the back of Bagsy's base. Those 2 knights that ran past literally just got surrounded by these villagers, but they are killing a lot of villagers. You can see those corpses around, and that last knight is still left alive, though.
The Vills gave up for a second, but that knight's not dead yet. Shanks finally gonna finish it off. You see a ram coming in on the south side of Bagsy's base here, trying to take down the blacksmith, but that's gonna get popped. See Inca now going for sacred sites. 4th relic, just waiting for that to be dropped off, and maybe... Nope, okay, that is a prelate trying to cap, not a prelate walking home.
So, this is spiraling a little out of control here for Bagsy, I think. And Incan, he might be going imp. We might be getting the villager printer in a few moments here because he has the resources. He's slowly building up to it.
Yeah, and, I mean that is standard HRE stuff. Secure those relics, then try to get to imp. Then you get your Vil printer, and you are economically set for life.
Yeah, I even think he doesn't need the Swabia. And alright, so he's reinvesting back in military. He just queued up a bunch of knights and a bunch of men-at-arms, so he's not ready for the Swabia just yet. You have more production buildings going down. So Inca, I think, is going to try to play this one out. I think he senses that he's got a military advantage, and he's going to press it. MountainAle gets it shot off, though it's in the men-at-arms. They can tank those mango shots, and men-at-arms are just going to move forward at this point. They don't care. Jumping on top of these MountainAle is going to try to take these mangoes out. A couple more shots coming through on the archers. Inca needs to real quickly take down these mangoes because they are doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and just overwhelming force there from Inca. And I was taking a look at the crossbow count, and I don't think Bagsy made a single crossbow. I could see 5 in production, but none made about a second before the game ended. And you know, I think mixing in more crossbows into your mass could have really pushed back the Inca.
Yeah, if there's one area of opportunity, I think it's got to be the crossbows. You have an answer to the men-at-arms, and that's the form of a knight. However, these are HRE men-at-arms. Once two-handed weapons, once heavy maces come in, the knight as a unit does not perform as well against that men-at-arm as it normally would because of the extra damage and the high attack speed. So you need to find another counter to those men-at-arms, and the perfect counter is crossbows. Mangoes do an okay job, but men-at-arms are tanky and there's no bonus damage there. So having 3 mangoes, yeah, that helps destroy the back line, but those men-at-arms will just run through and kind of punish you. And you don't have a real answer to those without crossbows.
Yeah, I mean, Bagsy did have those mangonels. Was able to get some good shots off on some of the squishier units, but just having those crossbows to start deleting the men-at-arms, I think that would have made a huge difference at the end of the game. Really interesting game, though. Interesting start. I think Bagsy, little caught off guard, not expecting a big feudal aggressive stance from the HRE. Not expecting that flood of units. I think Bagsy was anticipating more of a passive play from the HRE and was going to try to get up with 3 town centers for himself. But Inca had other ideas.
Yeah, I mean, when I watched Inca's first push in, I was like, this has to be a blunder, right? The TCs, the Kremlin are all firing, wiping his units out. But he came away with 15 villager kills, which actually crippled Bagsy's economy very early on. and really mitigated any losses that the Incan took from that dive. And so when he came out of it, he was actually in a very good place despite losing a fair amount of his military.
Yeah. Taking a look at the villager count graph, you can see right as that second TC gets online is when Bagsy starts the push, and you can see that drop of that's when Inca starts to push. See that drop of villagers, and it just sets back the benefits of having two TCs, like another 5 minutes basically before he's able to catch up in numbers again.
Yep. And then after that, he goes straight to castle. So Bagsy can't even mount a military. He has to go to castle. So it was just very well timed from the Incan, I think.
Yeah, and good plays from Bagsy throughout the game as well. Good job keeping some raids, some pressure on the HRE, not letting Inca stay comfortable after that initial push. Good job to, pick off a few vills, to take the boar, get that bounty so you could get up to tier 2 while the HRE had to retreat after, you killed the the units underneath the two town centers. But I feel like the pocket eco, the gold, the really greedy gold play for Bagsy, sort of, I think it really hurt him, because that idled the Vills taking the gold for so long. I mean, that did quite a lot of economic damage once that first pocket eco was scouted out, and Inca was able to be like, okay, he's probably taking stuff all over the map. I gotta start shutting this all down. I think that really added a lot of idle time to Bagsy's villagers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a statistic. You can take a look at average villager idle time, and I would venture a guess that it's significantly higher on Bagsy's side than on Incan's side.
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah,
Inca with 20 seconds of idle vills. Bagsy, average villager, was idle for a minute 40.
Yeah, that right there is just a massive difference. And again, that's a credit to Inca. I say this all the time. He came in with a plan, he knew what he wanted to do, and he executed it, and he executed it very well. Despite, me with that perfect view and seeing everything going on, you know, not thinking that initial push was the best of ideas, but no, it was absolutely a great idea. Absolutely great idea. He got a lot of value from it.
Yeah, 15 vills, nothing to sneeze at. Let's go back to the lobby here. We'll pull up our brackets again. Looks like upper bracket has finished off all 4 rounds. So our finalists for this week's Low Elo Legends, we got Anti-Raider, Mikadoman, the Incan, and Vir Oratonium. A lot of regulars. Not surprised to see Anti-Raider and Mikadoman up in the finals. Not surprised to see the Incan either. Very well played last game. I haven't seen an Oratonium game yet today. Squeaking in on that 2-2 tiebreaker. Just beating out Rade and Stomping Hoof to make it to the finals. On the lower bracket, we've been over this. I asked him if it's Mikadoman or Mikadoman, and he said Mikadoman. I've called him Mikadoman forever, but apparently I was wrong. We had him in chat.
Mikadoman. Wait, you? Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say you had him in chat or in the chat, because
not in voice, not in voice, but in the Twitch chat. Well, we still got round 4. Oop. Sorry, go ahead.
He's notorious for not jumping in voice chats, by the way. That's his MO. No voice chat for him.
Yep. I've seen it when players practice on the Griabara server.
I also, according to him, he seems to have an allergy towards liquids. Very weird. Doesn't perform very well when he's consuming them, I think. Something weird, He ran into Demu this morning. Twice.
Ooh, wow.
Just kind of struggles with that liquid allergy, if you will.
You saying he dodges you? You saying he's been dodging you in Discord?
So, But anyway, group invites. Are we gonna dive into round four
Yeah,
of
we still got
lower
round
bracket?
4 for lower brackets. I'm bummed a little bit that we weren't able to see an African Waters game in the pools. Potentially, someone will pick it as a map in the finals. Uh, I'm not too sure about that because it is such a weird map, but I would love to see one of those games later on today.
Yeah, sometimes the timing when you only have two brackets can make it a little bit difficult to, be able to see all the maps because some
Mm-hmm.
brackets move faster than others. And when you have three, there's always going to be, a bracket in one of those rounds. But when there's only two, like we have this week, you get a dodge there, if you will. So, what's on the agenda? Who do you want to view?
I'm thinking we do Extremis TV and MountainAle. We have not casted either of those players yet today.
Yeah, is MountainAle new? I don't recognize MountainAle.
He's new-ish. He has played in a few tournaments before. I
Sweet.
believe he had some crazy off meta play of maybe a month back. I remember really enjoying casting those games. Let me just filter things again. See if we can find something. Oh, I can filter by modded because we are on Frisian Marshes. Makes it a little easier to find. There it is. Game is available to cast. So let's
Go
jump
then.
into it. Going back to Frisian Marshes. Final round in the lower bracket Swiss coming up. Got two players we haven't casted today. And one of the civs is a civ we have not seen today. I'm excited to cast it. But let's move over to the game. I'll stop talking about it. Let's get into it. We are looking at, in the teal, we got Extremis as the Abbasids. My new favorite. I've played with them quite a bit at the end of the last season. Feel like I got something going really, really strong with them. Love their military school timing. We'll see how they perform on Frisian Marshes.
Yeah, your new favorite, my sworn enemy. Abbasid Dynasty has flummoxed me for forever, and I was so happy that their usage dropped with the release of the Ayyubids. Unfortunately for me, Ayyubids proved to be a little bit of a
Yeah, I
bigger
was gonna say,
nemesis.
which civ would you really rather play against?
But the reality is, Abbasid Dynasty is one of the most well-rounded, versatile civs available. They can really do it all. They can 2TC, 3TC, they could feudal all in. A lot of options. So you gotta watch these guys like a hawk to see what they're doing. On the other side, MountainAle in the orange, kind of spawning in the west part of the map as the Delhi Sultanate. Moving out, going straight onto the berries there, like two berry civs normally do. Um, Kind of wondering what the Delhi's going to do in this situation. You could go Tower of Victory, feudal all in, but Boot Camp from Abbasid Dynasty really kind of, you know, negates some of the Tower of Victory benefits in that sense. So very curious to see what MountainAle does. Taking a look at scouting patterns, yeah, both players kind of going with wonky scouting patterns here, just because they're berry sieves. They don't need to get their sheep back anytime soon. They could sit out on the map pretty much until those berries run dry, which is a very long time.
Yeah, not as big of a deal, but I do want to check current sheep counts. Even though it's not over yet, we see Extremis pulling in a couple more sheep at this point. Whoops, on the wrong unit. Let's follow this guy here.
Extremis has a lot of sheep left in the top of his base that unless MountainAle, pulls a heist like we saw last game, Extremis should be able to, wrangle them up.
Yeah, he's sitting nicely at 20 right now. And then MountainAle, take a look at his count. He's got 18, so It's fairly even, but as you were saying, Extremis going to pick up the sheep around his base very shortly. We got Military Wing, and we got Tower of Victory.
All right, so we have Unstoppable Force meets Unstoppable
Meets
Force.
Unstoppable Force, yeah.
Yeah, there's no immovable object here. Both of these very aggressive, gonna come out and basically try to punch you in the face and give you a bloody lip. That's black eye, bloody lip is their goal here. So very excited for this. Because Abbasid has access to camels, I wonder if MountainAle is going to go with a pure infantry comp here, spear bow.
Potentially. Although Ghazi Raiders are such a good unit. Camel Archers are fairly expensive in the feudal age. I mean, you can get one, put it in the mix, and really hurt those Ghazi Raiders. But I wouldn't expect an Archer early. I think you might be doing yourself a disservice to not have that early pressure that the Ghazi Raiders provide right out of the gate going into feudal.
So we do have a 2 TC military wing coming, so I think what Extremis is going to do is use the military wing to defend any Ghazi Raiders that come in, because going for the second TC, he's not going to be able to support a push. So I think this creates a nice window for Delhi. If any civ is really good at, punishing a second town center, it's the Delhi Sultanate.
Yeah, it always feels like going 2 TC against Delhi. By the time you get that second TC up, Delhi has 1 million military units, and they're just going to just roll right on you.
Yep. So we are getting Ghazi Raiders. You can see the stable being produced right now. You have 2 Scholars available, so he'll probably pop one of those bad boys out, throw them right in the stable, and start producing Ghazi Raiders. But he needs to get an archery range up, because Ghazis are not going to do well, even though they're Dark Age spearmen. Ghazis still don't do well there.
Yeah, that bonus damage still there. Maybe not as much bonus damage as a Dark Age spear, but it is still, plus 18? That's still good. Although Extremis pulling his military wing units forward, looking to harass the Delhi here, as the first Ghazi ignores that entirely. Extremis looking for some damage on the Delhi base. TC is going to protect the wood line. Not going to find much. We'll see if those military wing units head home. Do have one Ghazi on the way, a second on the way.
Yeah, he's got to pull them back. He's about to drop that second TC, and if he wants to get it in a good location, he needs the military wing home, which a good location is this deer pack in the front of his base. But no, we're going to get it in the gold, which is a little bit safer, but Ghazi Raiders are there. They're going to be able to stop this.
Yeah, military wing units all the way in the Delhi base. Not going to be able to provide any defense for the second TC. Vils need to be pulled away. One goes down. TC being canceled. Extremis doesn't have the stone to remake currently, so needs to send some Vils over to mine. Sending them all. He's going to make sure he's got enough stone for that second TC. But he needs the protection of these spears back home.
Yeah, so what happened there was MountainAle got damage to the town center, then canceled it. So he did not get a full refund. Ghazi going to come in and try to poke, but military wing is back, so that should allow for this second town center to get up in the position that he wants. But you know what? It's coming down at 7 minutes. That's a win for MountainAle.
That's an absolute win. I was just about to ask you, do you think, the initial TC denial is basically the game-deciding thing? One Ghazi is taken out. We do see MountainAle switching into an archer comp at this point. 5 on the field, 4 in the queue. Second Ghazi gonna go down if he doesn't move out of there. Scout taken out.
Scout goes down right here. To answer your question from before, absolute win for MountainAle. He got a villager. He dealt economic damage by damaging the second TC, then it getting canceled, forcing Extremis to lose resources and then have to go back and mine more stone. MountainAle is ahead, 100%. And now that the archers are coming in, Extremis is in a little bit of a tough spot. And as weird as it sounds, looking at where the second TC went down, I gotta think that Extremis is maybe hoping to pull off a fast castle here. Like, that's why you put it on gold. But that's gonna be a little too greedy. Delhi Sultanate are not gonna allow that.
Yeah, going 2 TC into castle immediately against a civ that can, really have a giant feudal military is just asking to be punished. And if this wasn't Frisian Marshes, with all of that sheep that Extremis has, like I think this would be it for the game. Like, all the other food resources are harder to defend, but with all the extra sheep that Extremis has gathered at the start of the map, he's at least good on food for a long time.
Yeah, so he's got access to food and gold and wood. His resources short term are safe. With that being said, he's got a bigger problem, and that's the army kind of mounting at his front door. Looks like they're moving over. They're going to catch this tower going up.
Yeah, another Vil goes down. Ghazi's not able to get a second one, but they're gonna deny that tower.
That's
completely
100 foot gone right there.
Yep. And there's the Vil kill. Archer's able to pick off the other two. Delhi up 4 Vil kills at this point. Finished the sacred sites. Villager count is even at this point. Second TC just starting to kick in. But we've got Abbasids going heavy on gold now. Trying to get more spears, more archers on the field. Something to defend. Some of those gold miners being pulled over to wood. Maybe more production buildings to keep, and also to keep the archer count, archer production constant.
Yeah, he's on a clock now, though. That Sacred Victory is approaching, and looking at the techs coming in for MountainAle, he just got his first tech. He prioritized siege engineering, and now he's moving over in the general vicinity of the second TC. I think he's going to be going for a ram. Yep, there it is. Ram comes down now, and he's going to try to take that second TC down. And I think Extremis, he has enough to defend, but he's gonna have to. It's gonna be difficult, especially with the second ram coming down now.
Yeah, the 2 rams are gonna be very difficult. See Extremis just trying to get units out. We do see that 1 camel archer putting him on the field, gonna give all these Ghazi raiders a little unease when it comes out. You can see those orange dots across the map. Delhi military still streaming over. 35 to 21 in the military count. A lot of archers for the Delhi right now.
Those Delhi archers are vicious and brutal. And given that I haven't seen any spears from MountainAle, a little bit of a tongue twister, I think Horsemen would actually be a very smart comp to get into.
And right as you say that, MountainAle adding some spears, maybe anticipating that, but that second TC is in trouble now. Ghazi's torches out, rams, 3 of them right behind. Here comes the defense from Extremis. Does have that camel archer trying to apply the debuff. That second TC is not long for this world. That's going down. Extremis does have a Vil lead, but MountainAle's got the 2 sacred sites, so he's not doing terrible in economy himself. You take a look at the total resources per minute. Delhi's in a good spot. Ghazi's getting really aggressive here, going under the main TC. Rams just trying to path around and find a target. Archers coming in now to provide cover fire, trying to pick off the Abbasid archers. Looks like all the Ghazis are down at this point. Spear's still on the field trying to deal with the Rams. Extremis just hoping the TC fire is enough to deal with the archers. More reinforcements coming in.
Ooh, villagers are getting pulled. They're going to try to take these Rams down. MountainAle's going to be able to tee off on them. He's going to lose his entire military here, but it's well worth it. The economic damage he's inflicting on MountainAle is massive. And now, all those villagers are starting to repair.
Yeah, I don't know if he tried to garrison and it was a misclick and then went to repair, but now they pop the ram. Now they garrison. Here comes the arrows from the TC. But those reinforcements from the Delhi just keep trickling in.
Yeah, MountainAle needs to drop down a market real quick or go Castle Age. The amount of gold he's getting from those two sacred sites is really starting to pile up. But that was a well-executed push there. While he didn't, end his opponent, he got down the second TC, he killed a lot more villagers, and he wiped a lot of that military. So I think MountainAle can kind of lick his wounds a little bit, maybe go castle, maybe reinvest. Looks like he may be thinking farm transition, given how much he has on his wood.
Yeah, potentially a farm transition. One of the big things about that TC push from MountainAle, talking about how safe that food was, but when all those Ghazis are standing on your sheep carcasses, that's going to idle out the food eco. Let's take a look at the resources per minute. It's back up to 330, but it was down to low double-digit numbers for a while. And you can see that also affected the TC production from Extremis. His TC is idle currently, and he's about to lose the Ville lead if he doesn't start producing from that town center.
Yeah, so after you get like a massive push that you just barely survive, you can be a little scrambled. So Extremis might, kind of be sort of disoriented, trying to regain his bearings. He'll get to it eventually. He's on a lot of gold though. Makes me think he really wants that fast castle, but MountainAle creeping in. Not sure Extremis sees this. Ghazi Raiders are going to be the first to make contact. Looks like no villagers are going to go down. He managed to save them all. A little bit of dance going on with the Raiders starting forward, pulling back here. But MountainAle is just letting Extremis know, like, hey buddy, I'm here. I'm not going away anytime soon. And even more concerning, look at the Sacred Victory. We're down under 4 minutes.
That timer will close the game out if Extremis can't do anything about it. And at this point, especially with no stable to get at least like some fast unit on the map to try to decap, Extremis really has no option to revert that Sacred Victory.
Yeah, and kind of looking at this, he pulled off gold. He's got the food he needs for Castle Age, but still missing the gold. One thing that would absolutely help him here, Gulams. I feel like Gulams is the answer to everything. Not, but in this case, if you can get a big enough Gulam group, you can absolutely push back. I just don't know if there's time. Ghazi Raiders, though, trying to sneak into the wood line. There's a lot of villagers back there. He's got a garrison.
I mean, if he had Castle Age 4 minutes ago, potentially, but it is too late for the Gulams. Sacred Victory under 3 minutes at this point. Ghazi's not able to really get any kills, but did idle out those Woodvilles for quite a bit. Extremis floating so much food at this point. Massive overcorrection. Just can't spend it. And now Compound to the Defender coming out for MountainAle. Just continuing to play it well. MountainAle with a crazy food per minute income. He was using that to invest into military for so long, and then, you just pause for a minute. You've got enough food per minute to get you to castle. So you just pause production for a sec. Build your compound, and you're good.
So obviously he's going to castle, which I think is a great idea. You can make lancers, you can make men at arms, and sort of reinforce your core group. But I don't know if he can get any veterancy researches over before this game ends. Like I don't even think I would click them. I would just make more military because by the time they actually come in, Sacred Victory would have been over.
Yeah, MountainAle at this point, his game plan is, okay, I'm just going to park at the sacred sites. I've done my damage to you. I think I've crippled you enough economically that you are not going to be able to do anything to me. You do see Extremis just trying to get that mass of archers and spears out for one final push. Here they come. Just not enough military, though. Not going to be able to contest this. Unless there's some micro mistakes.
Yeah, but even then, it's not going to matter much because Extremis is lacking a lot of the blacksmith upgrades that MountainAle got for free. And fight starts, Ghazi Raiders, there's so many of them, they don't care. They just move over onto the spears. More Ghazi Raiders coming in, they're feasting in on these archers. Tower Victory archers, just making quick work of Extremis' other remaining military, and you have some spearmen kind of rallying in. They're just lambs for slaughter at this point. You know, in 30-ish seconds, this one will be over, and yeah, we'll be able to kind of.
Yeah, we'll see. The question is, do we see a resignation or do we see a sacred victory?
Or does the Sacred Victory, win condition come to fruition?
Yeah, I think Extremis is just gonna run down the clock here. You know what?
Yeah.
I don't think that's bad manners. It's fun to have the actual sacred victory to your name.
Yep.
And there it is.
Look at those veterancies coming in. They didn't even come through in time. There wasn't a lot left. So, well played, definitely by both players. It's always difficult to go to TC versus a Tower of Victory Delhi Sultanate. There's a handful of civs that can do it. I think Abbasid can, but I don't know if they would be my first choice in trying to accomplish that. But yeah, Delhi did what Delhi does best, which is a ton of feudal aggression, putting you on a clock, ripping down and punishing greedy second TCs, and MountainAle just did that very well.
It's one of those games where I do think it was decided from that initial TC denial, because he did just enough damage to bring Abbasid's stone count under 350, so delaying the second TC drop even more. One of my questions is, if Extremis didn't move out with his military wing units and had those two spears at home to defend that second town center, he likely would have been able to get that up. And with all the sheep that Extremis collected at the start of the game, I think Abbasid would have been in a really, really good position at that point.
Yeah, I completely agree. Moving his military wing out against Delhi Sultanate, definitely going to be a little tough to get value out of that, and it wound up costing him in his second TC being partially denied and significantly delayed, which sort of set him back. I think it got down around 7 minutes, which is extremely late, and that's a credit to MountainAle. He just kind of was like, I saw the stone, I know there's a second TC, let's go see if we can cause some havoc with it. And, he looked for it, he found it, to Extremis' displeasure, and, he was able to extract a lot of value from that situation.
Yeah, good call from MountainAle. Really well played. Could have gone a different way, but that TC denial was huge. All right, we're going to bring ourselves back to the lobby real quick. We'll take a look at the remaining games in progress. Let me just, on my side of the thing, pull up that bracket. So we still do have some games in progress for the lower bracket. We'll take a look at the standings here. So we got MountainAle and Extremis TV. They were both 3-0 going into that game. So they're both qualified for the finals. We may see a rematch later on today. But they have clinched their spots going into the semis. Who do we still have playing? We've got Zernium, Marjiman, Sorrow Angel, and Polar Police. So we'll see how that shakes up. Sorrow Angel might be able to get in there on a 2-2 tiebreaker. Marjiman with a win would certainly have him qualify for the semifinals today. What else we got? Polar Police, same thing with Sorrow Angel, 2-2, and Zernium, also 3-1. So right now, Zernium and Marjiman fighting for their spot in the semifinals today. And we'll take a look at the upper bracket. We'll see how their semifinals are going. We got Anti-Raider and TheIncan. We got Mikadoman and Vir Oratonium squaring off on Dry Arabia right now. But I think it's time. Maybe we see if lower bracket finishes up in the next couple of minutes. I'd like to go to a break. We'll move into semifinals after that. We'll also do our wheel spin because we do offer coaching to our low-level players today. If you play through all 4 rounds of Swiss, you're automatically entered into our raffle to win coaching with Isanch, who is managing the tournament ELO system right now. He's also played in a lot of high-level tournaments. Really good player. Also have coaching from Draxos and Askallad, 2 of our Rising Empires admins. Askallad, the master of random civs. He might disagree with the usage of the word master there. I'll give it to him. I don't know anybody else who plays random civ basically entirely, always just random civs. And Draxos, very good player in his own right. Great coach, too. He hosts coaching sessions in the Rising Empires Discord. But you can get a one-on-one coaching session with him if your name comes up from the wheel.
Yeah, I want to add in all 3 of those players, Conqueror level players, very, very, very strong in skill sets, micro and macro. Also very knowledgeable in the meta, what strategies work on certain maps, what strategies work in, versus different civs. Very, very, very knowledgeable players. I think Isanach is Conqueror 3, and I know Askallad and Draxos usually hang on that 1-2 border, right?
Yeah, they're up there. I mean, the question is, where would Askallad be rated if he just chose one civ and stuck with it? But he's gotten up to Conk, just randoming civs every time.
I guess we'll never know because his personality really just fits that, meh, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
All right, well, speaking of Askallad, I think we're bringing him on to cast during the semifinals for the second half of this broadcast here. But thanks for joining me, Liquid. It's been a great Swiss series.
Yeah, always a pleasure to cast here. Looking forward to hearing you and Askallad team up for the playoffs. Askallad always has unique takes on things that often prove right, so definitely want to get some of his thoughts on the Season 8 patch changes. But, as always, it's a pleasure. I enjoy doing this. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, great to have you. Great to cast with you. I know we'll do it again soon. For those tuning in right now, we are just about to take a short break. We'll get Askallad set up, and we will start that raffle that I talked about previously. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
All right, we're good. Sorry.
And we're back. I am joined in the second half of this broadcast as we move into the semifinals and finals, joined by Askallad,
Guten Tag.
King of the North top commentator.
Hope I didn't embarrass myself too much.
No, you were great. It was cool to see you like at the behind the scenes with the green screen, like basically your full body standing up on stage. See the person himself and not just a talking head. That was really cool.
And also, when we all got together, I'm the only one in shorts, and then we changed the camera angle so it actually shows. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
I mean, you may have been in shorts, but at least you weren't rocking the like white t-shirt hoodie setup.
Look, I was so upset I didn't get to wear the casting jacket. I feel like I could have rocked that look.
You know, there's always next time. I'm sure there'll be a King of the North again at some point.
Oh my God. Yes, please.
But speaking about lands, we've shouted it out a couple of times earlier on in the stream, but if you're just joining us, you may have watched King of the North, first regional Age of Empires 4 LAN in 2024 that took place earlier this month, last week, if time doesn't elude me. It was a great show. Looked like a bunch of fun. I wish I could have been there, but I'll get my chance soon because we're doing King of the Rockies at the end of August from the 23rd to the 25th in Denver, Colorado. We've got a North American LAN taking place. We got Wham and Puppy Paw as our headliners. Other top North American talent. We got Soldier, we got GUA, we got Nyan Racing Cat, Felisberto, Mokomi, and the Mr. Munch, rounding out our 8 players competing live in person in Denver. We'll be streaming it here August 23rd to the 25th. Currently, we've got our base $6,000 prize pool, but we've also got a Matcherino where folks can donate directly to the prize pool. All the money that is raised by that goes straight to the players. We've had over $2,500 donated so far to the Matcherino, putting our prize pool right at $8,625, split between our players in August. That's pretty huge. Do ask if you want. There is a Matcherino. You can contribute. Be nice to see it over 10K. That would be insane for a regional tournament. We're also got a little merch for the tourney. Some merchandise
here. Pretending to hold it up right now because, well, you know, I don't have it, you know, since I'm in Europe.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of missing out on this. I'm picking up
I'm
some
not
for
missing
myself
out.
when I'm there.
I'm getting Socraton to get me one, and then he's just gonna ship it together with the extra sheep shirts.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I got to get my extra sheep shirt as well. But we do have King of the Rockies official t-shirts and hoodies. You can go to our Discord to find the link to purchase those. I'll see if I can copy and paste our website into chat if Twitch TV is gonna be okay with that. But yeah, head over there, take a look at the shirts, the hoodies, the design. I love the logo here. It's real slick. And it's gonna be an absolute blast. I am so looking forward to the tournament, to the LAN. Finally, like, confirmed my plane ticket today, so I will be there, casting in person. Got a few other big names for the cast. I'm not sure what's officially been announced yet. So I'm not going to reveal any more names besides myself.
Good call. Good call.
I'm not going to mess that one up.
No, it's fine. We can mention that Dabston is involved, so he might be there.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, yeah. And there's Draxus. You might remember him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a real like angry message from Draxos later. Be like, you weren't supposed to say that. We haven't revealed that. So I won't go through our casters list, but we do have our players are confirmed for August 23rd to the 25th in Denver. King of the Rockies, second regional AoE 4 LAN. I'm pumped.
I'm so jealous. I'm gonna buy one more lottery ticket, because if I win, I'm going there. I don't care. The King of the North was so much fun.
I'm
It
so
was
bummed that I couldn't
amazing.
go to King of the North.
Oh.
Couldn't make that work, but I can make this one work. So there's our merch. Let's switch over now. We've got our raffle for the day. I was talking about it before we cut to break, but every player in the low elo tournament that plays through all 4 rounds of Swiss is automatically entered. For coaching, we got Isanch, top player who's played in some S-tier tournaments before. Really good. We've also got Draxos, who's in the chat. Great coach, really talented player. Used to do coaching in the Rising Empires Discord. Maybe we'll bring that back over the winter. We'll see. And our third coach is here with me right now. It's this guy.
Hi. I'll get back to playing once this season. I kind of let it slide the last 2 after hitting Conk and getting complacent and just playing teams all day long.
Time to get back on that ladder.
Time to get back because everyone's just hyping it up every single week, and then the people come in. Hey, that guy has a platinum badge. Yeah, well, because I'm not playing,
Who
And
is this? Why
then
would we ever want to be coached by him?
That is actually the reaction. Like, look, I think people, even a person who has no idea about AoE4. I mean, did you see the Vodka show match where he destroyed Cal?
Mhm.
Vodka hasn't played AoE4 in 2 years.
Damn Cal.
He just spends his resources and makes military, and it works.
That is kind of the trick to the game. Spend what you have. Make a bigger military and use that to crush your opponent. Anyways, we got the wheel. First coaching on offer with Isanch. Let's give it a spin. And we got Kirk Salvator. Congratulations. You've won coaching with Isanch. We'll let you know how to put that together, get in contact with him. We'll take care of that.
I think I've heard it enough by now from all of our CIS guys. It's Sanich.
Sanich.
Sanich, basically.
Isanich.
But yeah, he means Sanich.
Sanich. Mikadoman. Sanich. Okay.
It's Mikadoman. I stick to it. I'm sorry.
In my heart of hearts, it's Mikadoman. That's what I've always called him.
Second spin, Draxus.
And it is J Hill. Saw a couple of games from J Hill earlier on today. Congratulations. You got coaching with Draxos. Now for the Askallad spin.
Oh god, it's gonna be Mikadoman again for the 3rd time.
Oh, it's gonna be Rade!
Of course it is.
So
Well,
instead
Rade,
of coaching, we gotta do it just a show match, best of 3. Right?
Yeah, we gotta play sometime. Like, we didn't get a chance to play at King of the North because, he spent the entire night at the airport because his flight was delayed and he missed it. And then, there was lots to do.
Yeah, that's real tough. I heard about his struggles, and that is a nightmare.
He was a zombie when he came in.
I'm sure
he was a trooper and just worked through the entire day.
Well, congrats, Rade. You and Askallad can have a show match or do coaching or just hang out for an hour. I mean,
I'm all for it.
Do whatever. And we'll do our classic final spin for absolutely nothing, but I'll say your name on stream. And it's MountainAle, who we just saw with a very clean deli play against an Abbasid trying to go 2 TCs. So congrats, MountainAle. Well played. You win nothing, but maybe you'll win the lower bracket. All right. That's our wheel. We do see some players finishing out the semifinals in the top bracket. We'll see if we can jump on to the game that's still in progress here. We got Mikadoman and Oratonium still at it. They haven't closed out their game on start.gg, and it looks like he's still in game. So I'll invite you to group.
Yep, I'll accept that invite. Also, question in chat. Hey, Galen. It does work of the ranked matchmaking. So not the ranked points, but the ranked matchmaking elo, which is your hidden elo, basically. Which also the server uses to determine matches in the ranked season. Why is this decoupled? Nobody knows.
Well, game is no longer able to be observed. I can see them. It says in-game. I right-click observe match, but they are done. So we'll
Welcome
wait.
in, ETC TV. Welcome, everyone. We're just about to enter the playoffs. Yeah, how was
Thank you for the
Vololo?
raid,
I was
ETC.
busy with the kid.
I was able to catch some of it before streaming today. Production looked great. Yeah, super excited for Wololo. It's going to be a much bigger land than King of the Rockies, but we still got King of the Rockies coming up next month, August 23rd to 25th. If you like King of the North, but want an American version, we've got the NA version coming at you in about a month's time. So we were trying to observe the semifinal game on the upper bracket, but they've just finished it out. So let's take a peek and see what's going on in the lower bracket here. Running those two brackets today. So it looks like Mikadoman is the one making it to the finals. Upper bracket finals going to be Inca and Mikadoman. Two regulars of Lel, two regulars of the Griabara. Looking forward to their match. But we do have MountainAle and Skellar. Haven't seen a Skellar game yet. So maybe we...
And let's get to it.
Do a little bottom bracket semifinals first.
So due to a lack of side-ups, we only have two brackets today, unfortunately. But bottom bracket still does not have a SIF draft, right? So they just pick their SIF. There's no ban.
That's correct. I think based on the rules, there is a draft once you get to the finals.
Yep, in the finals, well, we kind of have to.
Yeah.
By the way, you left the group again. You gotta re-invite me. We'll go get that game live, hopefully.
Great. Yeah, just looking through the available games right now, I do see that Skellar is in the lobby. Got a little downtime between matches right now.
I mean, if we have downtime, like I can fill it with good memories and high.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at my mouse pad that we got from our sponsor SteelSeries, but hey, look at all those beautiful names. Those are now all friends. It's amazing. I mean, okay, there's cows.
So jealous.
There's cow's name too, but
so Cow, best signature
I've
ever seen.
Cow's signature is a little yeah. How do we put this? Look, he's trying.
You know, sometimes, you know, you roll a new character, you put all your points into event production, and, you know, penmanship is your dump stat.
Yeah.
Man, super jealous, though. Wish I could have made it. Looking forward, though, to King of the Rockies.
Turns out I also stole Demu's Guest of Honor pass, but yeah, I'm not gonna show that because there's his real name on there, and I already cut away the signature and flushed it down the toilet.
All right, getting any sort of memorabilia that you can. You know, if you just take his real name off of there, you know, auction it off. Anyway.
I didn't want to be the identity thief. I'm just a fanboy.
Mm-hmm. Put it in a little glass case. Display it proudly behind you.
It's going right next to the Wololo 1 book and the little, well, it's a Red Bull case if we're being honest. But it is stylized for AoE 4.
Yeah. Good find.
Right.
Good takeaway. So our game is now live. Loading into it right now. We'll see if there's an observer delay. Potentially. 30 seconds left. Well, we'll pop over to that. Take a look at semifinals in our bottom bracket. Going to Dry Arabia. Our standard semifinals map. And because it's the semifinals, in proud low elo legends tradition, I am cracking my first beer of the evening. Taking a look, we got Delhi and Abbasid. We just saw MountainAle really punish a Abbasid player trying to go 2TC on Frisian Marshes. We'll see if he's able to do that again against Skellar, who we have not seen today. And we're live. We're in it. Taking a look at the orange player Skellar as the Abbasid Dynasty. Bottom bracket, he's going for those sheep first. He does not want those berries. You know what? He's a fan. He wants his lamb euros. Does not want a berry smoothie. It's just a personal preference, I guess. Villagers going to collect that a little slower, though.
That's perfectly fine. You don't have to build the mill. You sort of save those 50 wood. You save the walking time over to the berries. This is a perfectly fine opening. Nothing wrong with that. That being said, I never do it, but I'm just too paranoid getting pushed into my base and having to rely on my leftover food.
I do like to keep those sheep for later, especially now in this patch with the extra 2 sheep. Sheep are a little skinnier, only 200 food instead of 250. But having those safe sheep, just in case you do get pushed in as the Abbasids, especially if you're going for a 2TC, more of a boomy play. Always nice to have that in reserve.
Yeah. Southern spawn, we've got MountainAle in the yellow playing the Delhi. He already queued the wheelbarrow and the efficient production. That's pretty much all you need in the Dark Age. And there's an interesting fact about the sheep that I didn't think about and that Sass brought up yesterday in the voice chat. It was like, yeah, all of my build orders now are bad, are wrong, because you need to kill more sheep and the animation takes so long that your timings don't work.
That is playing on a level I would never have thought of.
There's like, yep, that is a thing that happens.
Yeah, Liquid was on earlier. We didn't get to it. There was something he wanted to mention. We're waiting for a game with the Mongols in it. Unfortunately, we didn't see one. But he was going on before we jumped on about how the changed timing of the pasture production of the sheep is actually a nerf to the Mongols.
I've heard that. I didn't calculate it myself, but apparently it is slightly less. Okay, I mean, let's be really.
He said it was 4 seconds difference, which is something that is really going to add up over the course of a game.
I mean, that's not just a little bit, but yeah, we see an eco wing. Interesting. So this is a very greedy choice going into Delhi. We see that from Iobits quite a bit now because you go feudal growth wing with the 3 extra vills. But this is not Iobits. This is the Abba with the fertile crescent, where you get 30% reduction on eco buildings and houses. Yeah, this is a choice you can make into Delhi. It is a very dangerous choice, I'll say.
Yeah, pretty ballsy. And in the game we just saw before the break, the 4th game of the Swiss set in lower bracket, we did see MountainAle play as Delhi against the Abbasid and punish a second town center. Although it was a military wing opening, so it was already a delayed second TC compared to the boost that you get from Fertile Crescent. But MountainAle was able to shut that down, and that basically won him the game.
Yeah, we'll see how the timing is for Skellar. He's going for that mill now, so there's 50 wood invested anyway. So, going for the stone immediately. He's gonna go for a naked TC. This is a very ballsy play, I'll say. Eco Wing gives you access to cheaper farms as well, but you really don't want to be opening with farms. And if I look at his food situation, he still has some sheep left. He's got the berries fully, but when Delhi starts pushing in and you don't have the TC finished, yeah, I don't think a naked town center on Eco Wing is the choice to make. But MountainAle, 150 150 wood. We're gonna be seeing that stable really soon, I expect.
Yep, standard Delhi opening. We do see Fertile Crescent being researched. Same thing with fresh foodstuffs.
Yeah.
Just wait.
I mean, I like the macro he does. Skellar pulled off the gold completely now. It's a little greedy. I mean, you need 75 wood, 75 gold for the crash, and you need 75 for the foodstuffs. Yes, you want foodstuffs ASAP if you can, but if you're banking everything on getting your TC out fast enough before Delhi arrives, maybe you just skip the crash and skip the foodstuffs for now and just YOLO it. Stable is halfway done now.
Yeah, 4 Bills on that stable, rushing to get that up. You can see the Scholar jumping out of the mosque, ready to jump into the stable. And he's about to set up. First Ghazi in the queue. Taking a look at the resources. Skellar needs a drop-off. What's he looking at? Just needs 245. He's got enough for the second TC. And he's bringing it forward on a wood line.
Interesting choice. I would have expected it to be right there on the berries because it would have been in TC range, so the first Ghazi can't really do anything, and it would have guarded those berries. Now, this TC location, I don't know. Yes, you get access to the second wood line. The deer are not too far away if you choose to push them in, but keep in mind, folks, this is still the bottom bracket, so pushing deer is not something most players at this level will just have casual APM left over for.
Yeah, kind of rough, especially with just the fact that he opened sheep and left all those berries there. Make it such a great spot for a second TC. We do see that Ghazi Raider now looking around the stone, scouted out that he has mined the stone, gonna scout out that second TC that is gonna complete. So he's not gonna be able to deny the town center like he was in the previous game. Vill's able to finish it and garrison inside.
Oh,
Scout coming a little close.
You do not want to be here.
Yeah, that Scout is not a Ghazi Raider, and is gonna eat those arrows.
So yeah, Scout is dead. So
losing that Scout, Skellar able to get the second TC up, and we'll see how MountainAle can play as the Delhi when his opponent is able to complete 2 TCs. First barracks coming down now for Skellar. Looking for some spears to deal with the Ghazi. We got that range coming out from MountainAle, anticipating the spears coming in.
Yeah. For MountainAle at the bottom side, we see the double blacksmith now. So he's also going a little bit greedy. Sees the Abbasid TC is finished and decides to match greed with greed. But at the same time, he's waiting for that Sanctity coming in. 1 minute left on the timer. Sacred sites are fairly clustered together at the top. Nothing really in the left corner. We didn't really look at the Delhi spawn yet. There is deer in the corner. And we've got a raid on the berries. Villagers confused in the berry patch and goes down.
It's like one of those like corn mazes, hedge mazes. He was trapped in the berry maze. Couldn't find his way home. Got killed by a Ghazi Raider. We got 5 of them on the map. 4 near the Abbasid base. Just a single solitary Dark Age Spearman to defend.
Yeah. MountainAle is doing a lot of setup. He is going double archery range right now after going a double blacksmith. So there's a lot of resources bound up in production or in buildings in total. So Skellar has a little bit of time to react. But Ghazi's now going on top of the gold. And there's no protection. Spears are only coming in now. I guess that's another dead Vil.
Another Vil pick there, trying to keep the eco from spiraling out of control. Skellar with those 2 TCs down, with the fresh foodstuffs in.
Oh, and there's the farms. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, he farming. Cheaper farms, but still, that you need at this point in the game, you need all of your resources to go into the defense of your economy as you're getting that set up. Feels bad to be making farms, even if they are cheap farms.
Yeah. MountainAle is just gonna get 2 sacred sites immediately. Second Scholar is moving out to the eastern side, sacred. And he's gonna get the third one too, because, well, let's face it, Skellar does not have any military. He's got 4 spears out, 2 more in queue, no solution to the archers just yet.
And villagers in trouble again. Making their way back to the TC. They're gonna stay alive. You do see an arrow take out one of the Ghazi raiders. But MountainAle doing a good job to really prevent Skellar from gathering that gold.
Okay, we're really banking on that dead scout, I see. Good lord, that move out is ballsy. Well, we can do double tower here and pray, but how do I put this? 5 Ghazi will still be able to burn a tower, and 13 archers waiting around will easily deal with the 6 spears. We do have archer production now for Skellar.
Right, archers coming out, 3 in the queue, 3 on the field. He's stepping up his military production. Just 1 building each. Blacksmith coming down now. Do you see the first blacksmith upgrades for the Delhi about to come in? But MountainAle has scouted the deer, looking to deny that. Very, very ballsy play by the Abbasid. Do have MountainAle taking those Delhi archers around the backside, trying to thin out the spear count. Some archers go down, but these spears are just caught out, can't do much. Abbasid archers, no protection from the Ghazi now. MountainAle, 22 military units to 3, in a pretty dominating position right now.
Yeah, and if you look at his resources, he's on his way to Castle Age right now, while still pushing his opponent. Skellar is just pumping out feudal units right now, but he is streaming them in, and the villagers are at the front getting picked off there. He should really be switching to the other wood line. And
yeah,
Ghazi is showing no respect, just gonna go in there.
A couple of them survive with low HP. Skellar just in trouble when it comes to resources. We do see 2 more ranges coming out for the Abbasid. Just trying to get units on the field right now. 26 to 7 military count. Even with 2 TCs, the eco count is 43 to 38. But take into consideration that there are 3 sacred sites captured. And Delhi's winning that game too.
Yeah, there's 11 dead villagers on the ground now. If they were alive, then Skellar would probably be able to go to Castle Age in about 4 minutes, but that timing still does not help. The 2TC play against Delhi, it's just real rough. I feel like the Abbasid has a good matchup if you just go 1TC all in early and possibly add a second later as you apply pressure to Delhi. And MountainAle is hard on the stone as he goes up with the compound, so do we see a keep drop?
Potentially. Just a nice little keep drop to end the game. Skellar investing a lot of wood into trying to build a wall, but he gets a little portion. Not going to stop much from the Delhi pressure here. Skellar nowhere near Castle Age. Barely any resources in the bank. Not a lot of military on the field. Sacred Site timer is counting down. And men-at-arms coming out for the Delhi.
Got lots of men-at-arms now on the way for the Delhi player, while he's also picking up relics. You know, if you didn't tell me this is bottom bracket, I would have said, yeah, that guy is a diamond player. We'll see how he does here.
We do see those vills moving out, looking to drop a keep.
Skellar saves his scout there. Now, how do you survive this as the Abbasid? I mean, the short answer is you probably don't.
Yeah, at this point, you don't.
You probably don't, but, well, you gotta basically run to the berries in the back, and you gotta fight between your 2 TCs, and, yeah, he is not on the gold at all. So, basically, Yeah, you just don't. You have to go into camel archers to deal with the men-at-arms, and you have to have your own archers to deal with the archers.
And a farm transition. The back of the base for Abbasid. I mean, does he know? Did he scout out those berries? He did, but they're still so far away. Leaves those villagers exposed, but man, you need something at this point.
Yeah, you gotta take a chance. There is a keep right in front of the Abbasid base. I mean, if you're gonna build that keep, you might as well just drop it directly behind the wood line. Now he's gonna take the stone in front of the base.
Super disrespectful keep because it's, you know, I would have liked to seen it in TC range for maximum disrespect. I mean, you know what? There it is. Protecting the sacred sites, but Delhi is in such a strong position that Abbasid really can't do anything at this point. Doesn't really matter where you want to put that keep. Abbasid trying to mass up units, but those archers just... those arrows plinking off the men-at-arms armor. Ghazi Raiders now looking to torch down the House of Wisdom.
I mean, MountainAle has that push, that Castle Age push, really well down. Is sitting on 13 men-at-arms at this point. He also is sitting on 0 villagers on food, which is kind of an issue of a different kind. So he's going all in here, and I mean it's probably gonna succeed. Let's be real here. There's no answer to the men-at-arms, but he also didn't queue up his blacksmith tags. He didn't queue up his compound tags. There's room for improvement still.
Room for improvement. MountainAle. I mean, this would have been his 5th match of the day. Maybe a little exhausted at this point. Also, probably thinking that you're in such a strong position. Playing a little lax, save some brain power for the finals. But yeah, good game. Skellar able to get the second town center out, but MountainAle, just the Delhi feudal timing with their military units is so brutal if you're trying to 2TC.
So the way you've got to think about that second town centers, what did it really give you? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the extra villagers, that's nice, but you gotta secure resources with it, right? You ran out of food, you had to make that farm transition, and then you're basically dead because Delhi is pumping units and snowballing off the sacred sites that you can't contest because you're not making units because you're making farms.
It's tough out there. The one thing that second TC did get him was a scout kill.
That's
that
true.
is one thing I know for sure. I'm benefit.
So happy when the scout dies. it just feels great. Now I can actually play with my opponent instead of playing the game. It's great. But let's send some spears out and have him think, yeah, I'm going mass spears, and then suddenly hit all of his archers with mass horsemen.
The mind games. But well played by MountainAle. Very solid Delhi victory there. He seems real comfortable with that civ. Seen it twice today. But yeah, let's go back to the lobby. Let's see what we have for available games at this point. I think it's time to get into the finals for the top bracket there. So we got Mikadoman and Inca squaring off, likely in the middle of game 1.
I'll see if I can grab us a draft link. Also, shoot me another invite. Wait.
Yeah.
Boop. There we go. There it is. So we've got the one and only Mikadoman. Okay, fine. If he wants to, let's call him Mikadoman. My God. I'm so sad. Anyway, it was Abbasid pick on both sides, one Japanese, one HRE pick, and Incan snipes out Abbasid. Mikadoman snipes out HRE. It is going to be Japan versus Abbasid.
All right, I think we saw Japanese versus Delhi earlier, so we have not seen this matchup yet today. We got 2 solid players, 2 vets of the low elo tournament scene. I know Mikadoman did play in bottom bracket at one point, worked his way up the ladder. I know he's won top bracket as well in the past. Just a solid player. Same thing we saw Inca play earlier on today. Get a nice clean victory on Frisian Marshes. We've got the first game of the series coming up right now. We had African Waters in the map pool. I'm surprised to see it in the finals. I was bummed for it. I was bummed that I wasn't able to cast it during Swiss, and I'm glad one of them chose it as their map for the best of 3 finals here in the top bracket. Taking a look right now at Inca in the green as the Abbasids here. And right next door, right across this little patch of berries, very close by, we got Mikadoman in the purple as the Japanese. Now, so, African Waters...
Bill, talk to me.
What's up?
How is Incan gonna make Mango Dye when he's playing Abbasid? I don't get it.
Yeah, he didn't play Mongols earlier either. He played HRE, had a nice feudal push. I do wish we could see some Mongol play, some Mangudai play from Inca. He loves those units. Really,
I don't think I've ever seen him play anything else. I'm very excited for this.
Really does a good job catching his opponents off guard with those, because they're not a unit you typically see in 1v1s.
Mean off guard? Everyone knows he only plays Mangudai. This is going to be a shock to Mikadoman.
I'm talking about people who don't know the guy. You see him on ladder, and you're not expecting mass Mangudai.
Fair point.
Both players.
Anyway, we've got 2 dogs coming out.
Yeah, really, really interesting map. I feel like it was in the map pool right as the expansion released, but it has not been played. It has not been in there since, because it is a really, really weird map. Distance between the TCs, very short. You do have the deep water fishing opportunities. Both players, their own little pond in the back. You got 4 deep water fish apiece. And then you also have 6 boar on the map. If we take a look, do you see the cliffs and the elevation on the north side here? That's going to have your bigger gold resources, going to contain your relics, and 3 boar on each side.
I don't see the 6th one, though.
Oh, is there only 5?
Well, I think there's only 5 here. Maybe it's bugged out. Maybe it's just intentional. We haven't seen a lot of this map just yet. Anyway, Incan going for double dog. Abbasid dogs do cost less. But yeah, interesting opening. Usually you just place the dog near the closest deep sea water fish, which would be the top one. But it's a little further away. This is gonna be a harder boom in the end eventually, but you're gonna delay your age up quite a bit here. Yeah. So this is very greedy, and against Japan, who has those shinobi, Mikadoman is already on the gold and is heading towards feudal age.
Yeah, 2 early docks. I mean, Abbasids do have the discounted docks, but still to maintain constant fishing boat production out of both is such a heavy wood investment.
Yeah, Japanese have that civ bonus where they get 45 wood per ship instead of the 75 that the Abbasid is paying. And keep in mind, Incan is trying to boom out of double docks here. He has 9 villagers on the wood, so yeah, his age up will be really, really late compared to Mikadoman. And keep in mind, he can't age up faster, right? It is 1 minute 50 seconds every time. Even if he were to choose the culture wing here, this is not Iobits, this is Abbasid. The timing is always the same. 1 minute 45, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do love playing Abbasids. I do like to play them on water. I like the cheap dock. But man, you've got to have your macro on point, because you cannot course correct if you miss macro and miss your age up timing.
Oh, do you see that purple villager as we see the Kura storehouse coming up? that purple villager that just casually walks by the Abbasid base. What does Mikadoman see here? He knows where the pool is. He knows where the dock is. He's just gonna place a dock right next to it, is he? Oh, he's moving up to the left side, trying to sneak a dock, but there is a second one there, and the villager just casually finds him. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, Inca's got vision, and we've got a Vil chasing down another Vil. Trying to prevent that counter dock because Abbasids
if he
are
can
not
wall
getting
behind
up
him.
soon.
Oh, he tries for it, but it's too close.
Oh,
that would have been fun. Okay. Well, yeah, the wall is going up, but unfortunately there is a hole at the top and at the bottom of it. And now basically has to go home, because otherwise he's gonna die to the scout. Military wing coming out for the Incan.
it's going to be rough. I mean, Japanese, with their feudal infantry, you know, and the distance between both of these bases, you see the barracks coming out for Mikadoman. You hit feudal, you make your Onabagesha, your samurai, whatever you need, just stream it right over to the Abbasid's base. They're not going to be hitting feudal for another minute.
Yes. Barracks coming out here, and we do have those screaming women potentially waiting. Though, if he sees the military wing, let's quickly check to his vision. He did not see the House of Wisdom yet. So, no information. Oh, villager has 1 health. Scout's gonna kill it. Losing a Vil to the scout feels bad.
And what a journey that villager had.
He will be missed. Right, barracks is still idle. Mikadoman is going for a lot of upgrades here, first of all. We do have 8 ships, 8 fishing boats out for the Japanese. And on the Incan side, we've got 12 right now. He's not fish booming anymore, though, so he has 18 on food. That's a lot of food he's getting in there. 16 on wood. This very much smells like a lot of feudal aggression. Barracks is already out. And a tower coming on the gold.
Yeah, Inca certainly needs something in feudal at home to defend from the Japanese push that'll likely happen soon. We do see Mikadoman creating an archer ship, setting it on patrol in his own pond to just make sure Inca cannot counter dock that pond. Scout's gonna come over and see what's happening. The archer ship might be able to take out that scout.
Yeah, he only just spotted it. With the reduced vision that the fishing boats now have, he didn't immediately see it. And he's placing a farmhouse on the right side just to have more vision there. Incan, though, does not seem to have any. Never mind, as I stated, a green villager is making their way north and trying to walk all the way around to the edge of that pond. But look at Incan's resources, and he has 5 on the gold right now.
It's a long journey, and, you know, I was watching Mikadoman. You see the barracks producing samurai, and he's putting them right into the TC to hide them.
I mean, this is a good move. This is a really good move, because Incan does have archery ranges set up, right? But if you can bait him into, like, complacency, thinking he can easily go to Castle Age because there are no units out. Okay, he sees the 1 samurai that is currently chasing away a scout. I don't know about that one. Now it's revealed. On the top side, we do have the dock now starting to be built. Mikadoman does not know what's going on. Archer ship is going up, though, now. And it's shooting the dock. Please notice the Vil. Okay, Incan just abandoning the attempt.
Well, she tried. She certainly tried.
She certainly tried. Yeah, where was it going with this? Anyway, Abbasid does have an answer to armored units in the feudal age, which is the Camel Archer. Culture Wing coming out for Incan, so he's clicking up to castle. He just sold a bunch of food here. And in 1 minute and 35 seconds, he will be up. But the Japanese samurai are already in the base, and they don't have range defense upgrades, so this might be rough.
Yeah, they're focused on torching down that outpost. That might actually go down without being canceled.
Oh, and there's the answer I was talking about. There's 4 Camel Archers in the queue right now, and they have so high base damage, and you can basically never catch them because, well, they just walk away when you try.
Yeah, expensive units, but Abbasid definitely needs them. Facing against men-at-arms or any sort of armored unit in the feudal age here. See them trying to kite those samurai, doing a good job, pulling them between the barracks and the range. See spears coming out now for the Abbasid, maybe anticipating, I don't know, maybe a mounted unit? I'm not sure what that spear is doing.
Yeah, you can see them running around, occasionally taking a single hit. But this attack by Mikadoman is really, really nice. Now the samurai are on top of the wood line, idling out the entire economy, except for all of those fishing boats. So there is 12 workers always working. And I don't know if Mikadoman can sustain this. There is 4 Camel Archers out and 2 more, and there's just no solution to them, right? Let's check the base for Mikadoman. He does not have any solution. He's on, oh my god, he's on 4 barracks.
He's just going heavy into the samurai. As long as those Camel Archers are able to kite and stay alive, though, Inca has an answer. Now he's into Castle Age with the Culture Wing.
The problem is he doesn't have an answer to the Camel Archers right now in the form of the Samurai, and now there's Gulam coming out because food is still a resource that Incan has in abundance, with those fishing boats providing his income, and Gulam almost cost no gold, 30 gold per production cycle.
Yeah, those Camel Archers just doing a great job of kiting those samurai. Able to pick up a villager on the deer, on this little food patch of food in the middle. More Camel Archers being added, 8 on the field. They might look to pressure the gold. That outpost is going to keep them honest, though.
Yeah, tower's upgraded, so they're taking a lot of damage if they go in here, but there's a lot of Camel Archers.
Trying to get a Vil pick, not able to. All 5 get inside there. The rest able to run away. Samurai now pulling up to engage. We do have the Katana Bannerman out. Samurai go down. Able to take out another Camel Archer in the process. Mikadoman now ungarrisoning. And he's got a lot of gold, potentially thinking about a Castle Age for himself, but Inca gonna spot out the gold vills to the south, or the east.
Yeah, Veterancy also is about to hit. There it is, Veterancy for the Camel Archers. And we do have the Gulam production being ramped up now. There's a triple barracks coming in. And it's going to be mass Gulam. Though, I mean, the feudal samurai, they're not super bad against the Gulam. And with the Bugeisha behind them providing extra damage, you can hold against this for a while, right? And Floating Gate is also coming in. So Mikadoman is not necessarily dead at this point because Incan just didn't find a lot of damage with his Camel Archers. There's now towers everywhere, by the way. Upgraded towers with arrow slits at that.
Really going to shut down those Camel Archers. We do see the Samurai and Gulam have a little engagement on the south side of Inca's base. A little engagement with a Samurai and a Camel Archer to the north. This giant gold pack up on the cliff denied by a single Samurai. Forcing those vills to go home.
So, yeah, what is Mikadoman's best course of action, you think? Oh, Camel Archer is now coming in from the back. They're very low, all of them. They're just trying to find Vil picks. They do find a fair bit of them, but they're all gonna go down here. And that's not the best use of a unit that costs as much a knight, I feel like.
Another one goes down. Camel Archers, very, very expensive units. Able to take out a Bannerman. Gonna start kiting these Samurais, but we do have an Onamagation now. Running out, able to catch up to the Camel Archers. Not really doing any damage there. Reinforcement, the Camel Archers coming around. We got a Ram coming in now. Ram and Gulam forcing down on the Japanese gold mine.
Yeah, there's no answer to the Gulam right now because Mikadoman is going very heavily into the Bugeisha, and well, Gulam do have extra damage. against light armored units, which okay, there's some samurai in front. They're still feudal, but as long as they're taking the hits, this is perfectly fine. The villagers, though, they should not be man fighting the Gulam.
Yeah, no. They did enough damage to the ram. It's time to get out of there. But they're focused now on just taking gold. And Mikadoman gonna hold here. Katana Bannerman, I feel like, came out at just the right time. Provide enough of a damage boost to those samurai to help out. Did they get veterancy? No, samurai still hardened. Bagashas, though, are veterans.
Yeah,
But
and
we're
we
back
have
to the kite
+2
tactic.
range defense, so you can kite all of this to death, but it's gonna take a while. They do have +2 range defense now, and the Gulam just not enough to deal with this amount of unit spam that Mikadoman has there. But yeah, we really need a solution to those camel archers.
Yeah, camel archers continuing to do a lot of damage to the Japanese army here. Inca still producing them. Finding a lot of success with them so far today. On a Bagasha, though, from Mikadoman, able to get on some Abbasid villagers in the back here. He's taken out 2. Looking at the destroyed vills, it's 14-7, but the eco count remains basically even at this point.
14-8. This is one Bugaisha, right? And it just does a casual 1 hit per second. The damage is pretty good, I'll say that. But can we please stop with the meme of the screaming women? Because yes, if you have enough of them and you can surround your opponent, you can find a connection. They're really, really good, and they could deal with the camel archers. But chances are you probably can't.
We're talking about economy. We got a second TC from the Japanese in the eastern corner here on that gold mine on the stone. See an outpost coming out as well. Also protecting that trade post. I don't know if any player is going to consider trade today, but TC's right there.
No, this I don't like. Incan is animation canceling his camel archers. I'd very much like this to not be the case. We don't have it in the rule set right now because, let's face it, we didn't expect anyone in Low Elo Legends to be able to do this. But maybe we should just put it in there.
Upper brackets, no joke. I mean, there's still skilled players in the upper bracket.
Yeah. Well, Mikadoman is gonna realize, well, this is not working. Please find a solution. How about we make a little MountainAle or maybe like some Yumi archers? Hey, there's an archery range coming out. Right side.
Yep, stable and range in the back.
Oh, conversion does not go through, unfortunately. But yeah, we didn't mention it, but Mikadoman does have 2 relics secured in his base. Third one was on the way, but unfortunately Incan finds it and takes it out.
Mikadoman just separating his military, trying to find villager picks when he can. Getting a couple more on the back side of Incan's base close to the water. You see Inca going for the deer to the north of his base here. Meanwhile, we got a little Gulam Ram set up on the south side of Mikadoman's base. 3rd relic coming in at this point. So now we do see mounted samurai in production for Mikadoman. We do see those Yumi Ashigarus as well. Just something to deal with these camel archers. You know,
Mikadoman cannot follow this. Like, you just saw what happened.
You're talking about how we weren't able to see Inca play with his Mangadai today. I mean, these camel archers,
Well, yeah,
I guess, will do.
This is basically Mangodai, and that is not great. I really wish this was not in the game. Honestly, you can't fault Incan because that is something you can do if you have the APM for it. And as long as nobody tells you this is banned, and it is banned in most major tournaments, well, then yeah, why not do it? But yeah, you just saw Mikadoman's entire melee army just disappear. And we do have those Gulam finding the corner TC, and with double rams, it's gonna be able to take that out. And there's gonna be a few dead vills here.
Ville's trying to take out the Rams in vain. Not going to work. Mounted Samurai's coming in with the Uma Bannerman. Maybe deal some damage to the Ghulams, but it's going to be too late. TC's going down. A lot of dead Vills. Another little skirmish in front of Inca's base. Still have those infantry units trying to follow the Camel Archers.
Yeah, I mean the TC is down, and that is the main thing for Incan. He's gonna get cleaned up here. He did kill a few villagers as they tried to go for the ram. He's gonna be able to still hold this corner with the market, with the gold, with the big stone. And he also grabbed the sacred site at the top. Incan going for some walls of his own there, trying to get a little bit of map control in. And as far as the unit count looks, though, Incan floating a lot of resources, whereas Mikadoman is just spamming away, and the macro is looking just that much better than Incan's right now.
Yeah, Inca, a very strong micro player. You can see that with the Camel Archers, but Mikadoman holding his own on the macro. Yumi Ashigaru is for the first time engaging into a Camel Archer, but there's just one picked off real quick.
He has a little friend somewhere. I don't know where he is, though.
Mounted Samurai trying to chase down those Camel Archers, but to no avail. This pack of Camel Archers is being a complete nuisance this entire game. Ghulam back onto that second TC. Mikadoman able to rebuild it. Ghulam are there. Sprinkled Shot's going to do some damage, but Inca will pick up some Vil kills for sure.
Yeah, this really needs to be walled off in order to be safe. There's also a tower going up on the top side of Mikadoman's pond. He doesn't know about it, has no vision there. So yeah, I wonder what the plan is for Incan here. Is he gonna dock his opponent's pond? Because I'm all for that.
Yeah, that archer ship that's been
patrolling
forever.
Look at that Wololo.
Oh on the Vils! No way! Oh, a couple reached safety, but Mikadoman, really cheeky Wololo.
That is a -6 right there.
Vils. Maybe 6 Vils, yeah.
Beautiful play. That was not something Inca was expecting there.
He's just marching those Vils to their death. Just right inside the Camel Archers. I don't need you. I don't need you. Oh yeah, that's mass Camel Archers now for Incan, just trying to deal with this push. And Mikadoman is just gonna say, well, nope, not fighting that. I'm going home. I'm going home. He's going into Mass Onamusha himself now. Well, Onamusha, they are a basically a mounted crossbow, but they have very low health. They're pretty speedy, and they do have bonus against armored units, which Camel Archers are not. They will do well with the Ghulam, though. Little, yeah, crossbow Mangudai sort of thing. Did see Inca try to counter dock again, but that archer ship was able to get into position, prevent that dock from going up again. See this big blob of Camel Archers going towards the Japanese base, picking off another villager. And Inca has killed 35 Vils at this point, but Mikadoman still with a villager lead here, 80 to 62. That second town center really doing a lot of work here.
Oh my god. Okay, let's watch this fight real quick, and then we switch over to the same position where the Wololo was earlier. Right about now. Do you see it?
Same
top
position
side,
with the
top
Wololo?
side, top side. Okay, he's walking straight into the main town center. And a mass of archers that are walking there. Well, that is hand delivery of a relic, I suppose.
You tried, but yeah, Mikadoman now donating 2 relics at this point. You can see Inca trying to chain the towers down, really wants to get that counter dock up. Meanwhile, still just kiting these units from the Japanese with those Camel Archers. Able to find a front line with the Ghulam, couple crossbows behind that. Gonna clean up the Japanese military here. See some reinforcements coming in, but they're really not gonna do much against this Abbasid army.
Just look at the destroyed value. Incan has 18,000 resources killed with basically just those camel archers. Pretty much only the camel archers. Now he actually has a big mass of Gulam with some crossbows in the back here. So he can now take a real fight instead of just kiting everything to death. Going for a multi-pronged approach here, and looks like Mikadoman will be losing on the left side where his reinforcements are streamed, and he also still can't deal with the camel archers that are running around the right side.
Yeah, Mikadoman in a lot of trouble here. That push starting to be a little overwhelming on the left. Camel archers still running around, maybe looking for picks.
Well, I think they're gonna try to deal with the galley, and then that dog is coming in. Or maybe they're just gonna run there and get taken out by the galley. You never know.
Just gonna absorb some arrows real quick.
Oh no, they're going for the gold! There's the tower there providing vision, and he knows exactly where the villagers on the gold are. Those are 22 villagers.
And as soon as these camel archers wake up, it's gonna be real rough. First shot's coming in, you can see just the shift click on all the vills now. Mikadoman about to lose a lot of gold miners here, and he calls it.
Yeah, and he taps. Yeah, that is game number 1. Rough going there.
Yeah, those camel archers, so oppressive of the entire course of the game.
Honestly, I can't all attribute this to animation canceling because, you know, Mikadoman could have swapped into more Yumi earlier. They're not a meme. They're really good archers starting Castle Age. And, you know, Feudal Age has more HP now, so...
Yeah, maybe a MountainAle, too, to keep those camel archers on
and
their
some
toes.
walls?
Walls? Also a good choice.
Okay, sorry. Please, all 10 for 10 viewers, please. Don't listen.
Close your ears.
Don't look. I'm very sorry. It's not pretty good.
Yeah, good game, though. Mikadoman doing a good job getting a bunch of villager picks over the course of the game, wherever he could. Breaking apart his army, but, man, Inca, with his camel archers, completely dominant there.
Oh my god, do you remember Kiljardi's interview for King of the North? I like China.
Don't think I saw.
I just boom, I wall, I win. I was very sad when I hit that.
I hate playing against that.
And very happy as well.
All right, well, let's bring us back to the lobby. Let's see what games are still underway at this point. Just saw game 1 of the upper bracket finals there. Mikadoman and Inca. Good win for Inca with his camel archers. Let's jump over to the bottom bracket. Bottom bracket finals. So we got MountainAle and Marjiman going at it right now. So the question comes down to, if we cast their first game, we could potentially miss the last game of the upper bracket finals if Inca goes 2-0. But if Inca doesn't go 2-0, then we'd probably need to cast a lower bracket finals, and we'd miss the tiebreaker.
Okay, let me quickly check. The second game of the top bracket will be Mikadoman on Delhi versus Incan on Byzantine, which kind of screams, or it used to scream land map to me, but now we never know.
And we did see Delhi on water a little earlier in the tournament.
Oh, we did? How did it do?
It was, so TheNavneet piloting the Delhi. I actually chose him specifically for Continental, because I know he loves Delhi, on the chance that we'd see Delhi on water. TheNavneet did resign, but I don't think he was in a losing position. I think he could have won on land at that point when he gave up.
I mean, that's pretty much Delhi in a nutshell. Could have won on land. Yep, yep.
Anyway.
So, upper or lower?
We should probably go lower, just to make sure we get one of those finals casted.
Yep. Let's do it.
Let me see if I can find their game.
Also, cost us curse because we chose this game specifically. The lobby's gonna take forever, and then we probably won't be able to observe. But hey, just speaking from experience
before.
here.
That's never ever happened before.
Never, not even 15 times in the last 2 years.
Well, they have not set up the game yet. I don't see it as observable. I also don't believe I have either of the players on my friends list, so I can't double check to see where they're currently at in the process. I'm going to take a look on the admin side of start.gg, see if they're taking a break. Because sometimes I've done this in the past where it's like, oh, we'll catch this game when they set it up, so we don't, miss their series. And it turns out they've taken a 15-minute break.
Quick smoke break. I mean, we could just commit because that's their first game, and I just found TheIncan and Mikadoman, and they're 10 minutes in.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to do one more refresh. But I'm seeing nothing. So yeah, let's jump into game 2 here. Upper bracket finals. Going to Dry Arabia on this one.
The very driest, and we've got these civilizations for it. So, are you a Byzantine enjoyer, Bill?
I've never really played the Byzantines. I don't enjoy the Delhi because they give me a lot of trouble.
So I'm a Byzantine enjoyer through and through because it is so fun to play them. And yes, they were a little too strong last season. I will stand by that. And I think it was ridiculous that you could do a full farm transition while all-inning someone with a mountain of units. And you can still do that because it's only 10 wood more that you're paying now for those farms. But we do have TheIncan here in the teal starting at the top side. And he's going for an early mill on the berries, which usually indicates Hippodrome.
Oh, that'd be fun. Seen him play a little off meta. Get some horseman action in. Maybe catch Mikadoman on the back foot. Take a look at his base right now in the red as the Delhi. Doing standard Delhi stuff here. You see all those vills on the mill right there. Getting berries. Take a look.
I mean, he's got back gold, back berries. He's pretty happy with this spawn. He also has the deer very close there with an easy wall in front. Like, he can wall off both deer packs. Just, oh my god, this is such a cool spawn for Delhi here.
Will be interesting if Byzantines do want to go Hippodrome and get some aggressive horseman play. See if Delhi's able to wall that off, protect themselves while they get their feudal ball rolling.
Yeah. Let's take a quick peek at TheIncan here. He does have these secondary berries behind the wood line. I mean, this is nothing to write home about. He has berries in the corner, but all his deer are forward or far away, basically. So, not the greatest spawn. It's fine. You have a back gold, and you're gonna want to be staying on there. So this is fairly secure against the Ghazis. You just wall behind the wood line there, and you're pretty good to go.
Yeah, a couple good walling locations.
I just checked the neutral trade post. It has knights.
Oh,
nope,
okay.
Knights. We've got knights. Oh, the other one has Sipai. Oh my god, those are pretty much my favorite mercs, and I feel like they're just also the best. But yeah, if TheIncan would have spotted Mangudai in any of those trade posts, you know what he was gonna do.
Yeah, I was hoping like he chose Byzantines. Maybe the Mongols got banned out, and he's like, you know what? I'm still gonna do my game plan. I'm just gonna hire them with olive oil.
Yeah, for now, let's see what landmark we're gonna see out of the Byzantines. Dome of the Faith.
Dome of the Faith.
For Mikadoman.
Love it.
Okay.
I've seen. I brought it up earlier in the stream. One of my favorite Delhi mirrors I've ever casted was Mikadoman going Dome of the Faith into another Delhi player's Tower of Victory. And he won that. Real fun game to watch. Feel like Mikadoman knows what he's doing with the Dome of the Faith.
No, here's the issue with the Dome. It's very greedy, right? You usually use this against a Civ that doesn't really want to move out early. And like Byzantines, they take a quick moment to get going if they go for their winery. They want to get their first merc set out before they actually move out. But that's not what Incan's doing here. He does have that Hippodrome already halfway up. And so you can't really go for that greedy option where you just go for all 3 sacred sites at once, because there's going to be horsemen.
Yeah, and Mikadoman has not scouted out the Hippodrome quite yet.
Oh, he was going very deep, though.
Look, it's like one tile
No, he doesn't know. Oh my god, he knows. He sees the edge, but I don't think he sees the landmark itself, so yeah. But he does see the mill on the berries, so maybe he's gonna draw conclusions. Now, the nice thing about the Hippodrome and the mill start here is basically you enter Feudal Age and then you can immediately go for the Horsemen, assuming you had the food, which Incan does not right now. And you also have 600 oil ready to go here, so your first batch of mercs comes out instantly. And usually you're gonna see the Hippodrome paired with some longbows or some jabs. But I really hope he's going for Kashyyyk, if I'm honest. Full triumph.
All
full
mounted
triumph.
units, all triumph, all day. First horseman being produced right now. Taking a look at the Merc House, just waiting for that contract to be signed. Second cistern on the way. Dome of the Faith completing. And he is bouncing back and forth, going longbows. Nope.
And swapping
going
again.
Kashyyyk.
Kashyyyk.
He went back and forth a little bit. He went Kashyyyk, then longbows, and back to Kashyyyk.
He's gonna cancel again. Watch him. Never mind. Okay, horsemen are out, 2 of them, and he's getting the Expilatores behind that. The +2 damage to workers, and you get gold when you kill workers, which I'm not sure you should encourage war crimes like that, but at the same time, like, the 2 extra damage is so good, and then you just start the triumph as you go in, but usually you wait for the second horseman to arrive here, so he's gonna drive those wheels off the gold, but Gazi are already coming out for Mikadoman.
There it is, stable with a Skellar, making that production efficient. See Gazi coming out, 2 horsemen standing by. They're gonna engage a little bit.
Hey, Gazi are slightly better horsemen, but you still can't beat them 1 versus 2.
What about 2 versus 2? Or 2 versus 3? There's the other horseman coming in now.
Gazi's getting focused down here. You really don't want to be losing that very expensive unit. And there is 1 horseman waiting at the front. This Gazi is probably not making it home. 14 health. He's gonna take two hits to kill, though.
And this horseman being chased away. Meanwhile, we got a 2-on-1 fight. One of those units is injured. And a Gazi Raider eventually does catch up to that horseman. But Inca still producing. He's got 4 horsemen on the field. Got 2 Kashyyyk right behind.
Yeah, with 2 more on the way. But Mikadoman already has a barracks set up. And is gonna be producing out of that in a moment. Also has, how many scholars is that? We've got up to 4 scholars at this point. And his Sanctity is basically already done. He swapped out 1 of the scholars from his stable to heal up the Gazi again. Nice little detail there. And double blacksmith as well. Look at those teal lines, though. Little nervous there.
Yeah. Walls coming in. Nice little spot, though, in the back for Inca. Got the berries, got the gold. They can wall in. Here come the horsemen. Looking for their bounty. Gotta be scared away.
If he can get the connection and he pops Triumph, he can kill a villager in like 3 seconds. And he's gonna get one here. +20 there on the board. He's gonna get another +20.
Oh, those vills
Mikadoman not paying attention.
Yeah, they pulled out their shanks.
-3 vills and 60 gold in the Byzantines bank. This is not the greatest start for the Delhi here. Still not on any sacred sites. 8 minutes into the game, Sanctity already done. But yeah, spears are coming out now, and TheIncan can't really do anything to contest the sacred sites if he does not deal with the spears.
Yeah, no switch up. Still going in for Horsemen at this point. Saving up that olive oil for more Keshik.
Do you see those teal dots moving towards that sacred site as being capped? That's the issue with, yeah, Dome and going greedy. There's no defense.
There he goes, that poor lone scholar out by himself. Cut down by those Keshik. Trying for the middle sacred site. Trying for the western sacred site. We do see spears coming in to at least defend the scholar here at the middle. Should be able to cap that. Here come the teal dots. Looking to prevent the capture.
Yeah, there's 3 spears here, and we do have a bunch of Ghazi as well. So TheIncan might be able to snipe the scholar though if he triumphs.
Not able to get around, gonna delay
really
the cap.
bad connection.
Yeah. Those horsemen finding the pointy end of the spears. Western sacred site is captured, but hey, this little pocket berry pack south of the Delhi base gonna get scouted out by Inca. Able to take out more vills, up to 6 vills killed at this point.
He popped Triumph right there, so yeah, that wasn't great. Usually, like, you want Triumph for the big engagement, and it only recharges on kills. We do have that nice little raid and the bottom side, where more Delhi villagers died on those berries. That's 1, 2, 3 extra. But yeah, sacred sites are now being captured, and Mikadoman is getting a little bit of control of this map. Archers, though, coming out for TheIncan.
Finally finding what he needs against the Delhi spears, but taking a look at the military count right now, that is some classic feudal Delhi stuff. 23-9 at this point. Inca doing a good job though with those Vill picks. Able to have the eco lead, but 2 sacred sites to the Delhi. So I'm still scanning the resources per minute, and it looks pretty even at this point.
And observed, like very observant people might have noticed, yes, TheIncan is idling his TC quite a bit. With 8 villager kills, he should be far and away. Should be up to almost 40 vills at this point. He is unfortunately not. So yeah, it's only 3 villagers difference, and there's 2 sacred sites ticking for the Delhi. So Mikadoman in a pretty good position despite all the losses. And he's also adding his own archers now, so we've got double tricomp.
So one sacred site gets decapped while the other one gets captured. Status quo of 2 sites is maintained. We do see the Delhi army potentially looking for back eco. Gonna run into that wall.
TheIncan sees all of this happening. He sees the Delhi army passing by because he does have that housing tech that gives you the scouting houses, border settlements, increases site by 7 tiles. But Mikadoman, I'm sorry. He's this is a ballsy move.
Yeah, these units way in the back here. That's not where I'd want them.
This is very courageous, but he's very lucky that TheIncan basically does not have the military to really fight him directly right now. But he is inside their base, so these archers, they can take out a lot of spears here, and then TheIncan can just fall back to the TC. So he's taking a really good fight here. Yeah, that was a little bit of an oversight by Mikadoman.
Yeah, losing quite a bit. Might get completely cleaned up at this point. It doesn't even look like those Ghazis are going home. This is a this is a suicide mission here.
Oh, very nice catch here by Mikadoman on the right side. Berries finds the mill, sees the gate, but he does not see the villagers running away on the right side. So yeah, has no idea that happened and wherever they went. But yeah, that famous Byzantine economy of having a full farming transition while fighting you in feudal on equal terms. It is not there. Incan has 0 farms, which is a very refreshing way to see Byzantines played, but at the same time, longevity is in question.
Hey, he's taking a decent engagement to clean up the Delhi units just outside of his base here, although Mikadoman looking to mass up right out front at this point. You see, yeah, that tri-comp there. Siege engineering completing for Mikadoman. Potentially a ram push now. That's in the cards.
I really wish... I mean, he does have a market, so all he basically has to do is, well, buy some more resources. Because, yeah, he's floating those 1,000 gold. Should really be spending them instead. And he's stopped the military at this point.
Looking to see if he can pressure the Byzantines off of the wood line. Able to get sight on those vills. Gonna scare them away with those archers. Gates are gonna open. Will we see a committed engagement here by the Byzantines? Limitani getting chewed up by the archers, but they're able to get some hits onto the Ghazi raiders.
Keep in mind, these are not the usual Delhi archers, you see. These are normal Delhi archers. They don't fire 20% faster.
Yeah, they're going to be chewed up by the Byzantine archers. Ghazi raiders trying to break that wall down, come in around the back here.
Yeah, I mean, Mikadoman is making a play for Castle Age. He just bought the food he needed. Combat of the defender is going up. And meanwhile, he's recapturing the Sacred while losing the left side Sacred. Yeah, he's just trying to waste Incan's time at this point. It's very dangerous, right? 31 to 19 military count. Yeah, he's gotta watch out for that one. This is gonna be rough. What does Incan see of the map? Not a whole lot, so he has no idea what's going on in the Delhi base.
Yeah, Delhi switching up to castle. Inca not too far away if he wants to choose to commit to it. Do you see a little engagement here? Got those archers coming in to try to pick off the Limitani. Just not enough of them there to deal with the Byzantine archers. So, Mikadoman gonna retreat here right as he hits Castle Age.
Yeah, he's up, but he's not really set up to do a whole lot. He does have he has a stable and a barracks, but that's it. He doesn't have like extra production buildings set up, so he can't really pump. He's moving a Scholar over now for efficient production. Or not. Scholar just passing by, going for the relic in the corner, I suppose, and Incan is just gonna try to push in now. Yeah, the Castle Age units will be very late in coming, and until that moment, Incan has free reign here, though. This is not the greatest fight for him. Ghazi's on top of the archers.
Losing more archers than he'd want to. Limitani coming over to clean that up. Keshik's being a nuisance, forcing those vills to jump into the tower. First Lancer
nice raid on the left side, though.
At this point. Yeah, those Keshik forcing the vills to get off the deer. We do see a barracks come down, and Mikadoman doesn't think that he can hold here. There's the GG. Inca's taking it. 2-0.
Yeah. Now imagine if he just had committed to Feudal Age and just completely boxed him into the base.
Yeah, Castle Age is so expensive at that point in the game. He's looking for something to do with the gold, but putting it into Castle, maybe not the right play there. You can take a look at the military count. And he stops production to go up to Castle and just cannot get his military back up to where he needed it to be to contest with the Byzantines.
I mean, we saw MountainAle basically do this exact thing, but he did it correctly. He had all the production primed and ready to go. He had enough gold. Like, basically, Mikadoman was on 0 gold per minute. He lost all the circuit sides right at that moment. He did not have protection on his gold. Like, he couldn't produce any Castle Age units anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, you feel like you're in a good spot, you go up to Castle, you take a bad fight, and now you hit Castle, and you can't do anything with the giant investment of resources that you poured into it. And so
I wonder if he felt like that, though, because yes, he was winning the fights, but at the same time, he knew he lost a lot of vills, and he's facing the Byzantines, who are super famous for being a little overpowered.
A little good. Kind of good. Pretty good civ, I'd say.
Kind of good, but yeah, he also didn't use, like, he was making a small farm transition in his base, which also cost him tons of momentum while having double deer packs on the left side. All he needed to do was wall them in.
Well, good game. Congrats to Inca, taking it in the upper bracket. We'll bounce back over to the lobby. We'll see where we're at in the lower bracket. Also, shout out to Salties with all of the gifted subs coming in. Throwing out 10 to the community.
My man.
Thank you, man. Much appreciated.
Okay.
All the sub money going towards
calculate?
King of the Rockies. And also prize pool for Lel.
You know, I'm actually a little bit annoyed that King of the Rockies just completely blowing King of the North's prize pool out of the water just because apparently Americans are more hyped.
We need something, man. We don't really have a land scene out here. We need...
Hey, we got a lot of donations during the tournament still, so yeah, I'm happy where we are. It was an amazing event. Well, yeah. And we also have a game. Is it still game 1? Do you know? It should be, right? What does that sign say?
Based on the timer, I'd say we should be on game 1. Now the only thing is, can I find the match? There it is. MountainAle, Marjiman. I'm able to jump in, so let's move over to it right now.
Folks, we've got Rus going up against China. Yay. And we're going to Continental. I love Continental.
Yes, we did 2 Continental games earlier. I'm a huge fan of it. Oh, man. So, I don't know if you were around earlier, but we did see Marjiman play on Continental before against, I believe it was Sorrow Angel, playing as China. Had some questions on why he wasn't going for water out of the gate, but he answered those questions. We'll see if he sticks to the same strategy as before. No, he's dropping a dock this time. But we had a beautiful Barbican rush in the Swiss pools.
What was Sorrow doing? What was he playing?
HRE.
Okay, hey, that's perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. Barbecue Rush is a valid strategy against HRE. I conceive it, but against Rus, you kind of, yeah. It feels bad to Barbecue Rush someone and get shot at by a Kremlin.
Yeah. Kremlin, a strong defensive landmark. And all the time that it takes for those vills to cross the map. Hard for the Barbican to do too much. Both players, though, will be taking water. Talked about it earlier, but the new patch, taking a look at the dock, you can see 2 rally points coming out. One for eco units, one for military units, which is really nice. You don't have to reconfigure your rally points when you go between fishing ships and naval units.
So the Rus, they do love those hybrid maps, or in that case, yeah, I guess it's a hybrid map because, you know, the spawns are fairly close and there are 2 water lanes that are long distance. But the Rus really love that because they get their age up for free by just murdering animals. Questionable, but you know, we're not discussing the morals here. But oh my god, I can totally feel that change with the Lodia coming out. I think it was like 10 seconds later. It's only out right now. That is severely hampering your speed. Yeah. So fishing boats got a nerf in the recent patch where they now take 27 seconds for regular ones, and the Lodia is coming out at 46 seconds. Now, question for you.
Yes.
The demo ship is 15 seconds, so should you be spamming demo ships and then transforming them into fishing boats to boom faster?
That is big brain. That is...
I just want someone
what's a transformation time on Ladia?
I'm guessing it is. Well, I would
More than
probably
30
go
seconds?
for. No, I guess it's 46 seconds.
Okay, all right. Ugh.
I would love for someone to pick up that idea because it is so inefficient resource-wise, but I just want someone to do it. Well, anyway, China versus Rus. What do you think we're gonna see?
Well, I'm a little sad we didn't see the Barbican Rush, but I totally get it. One of the things I have noticed, I don't know if Marjiman has denied a single deer pack so far. So MountainAle sitting in a good spot with his bounty at this point.
I guess at the 4-minute mark, we're gonna do the guess the bounty.
I'd like to guess the bounty. I'm looking around for wolves. Don't see too many of them. Now, I don't know if that's because they're killed or because Continental has a weird wolf spawn.
I don't think there are wolves, quite honestly, because if you look at the corner islands, that is another thing that is very nice for Rus on this map. See all those boar that you can just casually drive by with a galley and just take them out for extra bounty?
Now, this is weird, because the last Continental match that we saw, when I was explaining the corner islands, it was 2 deer packs and then 2 boars. But now this time
I
it's
used to
4
think
boars.
that too.
But it
there's
was.
more boars.
They've changed it now. In the last, 3 hours.
Maybe it just has a chance to spawn. So far, I only saw the deer and the boar mix, and this is the first time I see only boar. We do see a Kremlin, no surprises there. Forward position next to the gold.
Look at that. Gold, deer, boar. That's a Kremlin. Gold, deer, boar. Good defensively, blocking off this lane. Protecting the wood as well. What else? What more can you ask for?
I mean, he could have potentially put it to the right side of that gold, so the stone is also in range. But honestly, let's just take a screenshot for Tim and ask him what he thinks about this Kremlin.
Seems pretty good to me.
Seems pretty good to me. He's probably gonna say, "Yeah, I don't know. What does a Kremlin even do?" Marjiman, though, he's sitting on a lot of food. Slight miss macro there to go up. And now we're gonna see the first age up building. Why do you put that academy?
Just slapping it down right there. Got the mill, got the mining camp. We do see, going regular clockwise, excuse me, around the side of the map. Ladia fishing boat from MountainAle looking to transform. Be somewhere in the stealth shoals.
Yeah, this is gonna be a nice timing. Galley coming out 20 seconds. I mean, the Imperial Academy is building super quick because it's China. They have 100% extra building speed. But then you still have 27 seconds timer on a potential Hulk coming out. And in that time, your fishing is gonna be idle and running for their lives. Galley transformation is done.
It's just gonna park itself right on the fishing boats. Not just
and in TC range too.
Hand cannons,
God, he gets
getting
out.
some value.
Yeah.
Let's see if Marjiman can pop in and out to keep the ships alive, but this is
it's rough.
Low Elo Legends, yeah. Losing a fishing ship, has to garrison the other 3, the other 2 on the run. Fishing eco is idled, but we will have that sprinkled ship out in 5 seconds to get rid of this galley menace. You see another dock being dropped by the Rus on the south side. There's the sprinkled ship coming out. Fishing ships have also popped out.
So the galley is faster than the war junk by quite a bit. 1.38 against 1.75. But yeah, the fishing is safe for now for Marjiman. And is he gonna go to Song or is he just gonna stay like this? Because usually his food should be
now,
fine.
But there's another sprinkled ship coming in.
Yeah, what does he have out here? War junk coming out for him, so he's gonna be on 2 Hulks, gonna not move the other one over. And MountainAle is already on 2 docks at this point in time. Oh my god, he has 4 Lodia fishing boats out.
Going
and a
for
third dock.
Third, yeah. Would you mind checking the bounty real quick?
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Let me see. I mean, I don't need to check because I checked earlier and there are no wolves. So the bounty is exactly. What do you think?
You asked me to do math. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
No, you just need to say a number. No math involved.
Oh, what is it? How many deers per pack? We got 6. What are they? 15 apiece?
Great. 10.
They're 10. They're 10. Ah, man. So 240. I'm gonna.
Okay, we've got 240. Oh, demo ship coming in at the top side, and it hits. Is that one Lodia attack ship gonna take out 2 war junks here? No, Marjiman pulls his fishing boats to repair it in time. But yeah, that was a nice demo hit there. And the border looking a little unfriendly now for our China player. He only has the 1 war junk. I mean, MountainAle is just sitting here trading hits, and if he doesn't move away, he's gonna lose it. He is moving away.
He's gonna have a friend joining him soon, but yeah, China's still on 1 dock. Marjiman, a lot of gold in the bank.
200. We're on 200 Bunti.
200, all right. There's the Barbican. Marjiman moving into the Song Dynasty here, dropping a barracks as well, maybe thinking about making a land play. And hey, like you said, those boar on the islands, that's a really easy bounty. MountainAle about to pick up the one on the west side.
Yeah, he did kill the boar, so that's just a nice little boost. Has bounty level 2 unlocked, extra government rate. I mean, he's getting most of his food from the Lodia boats anyway. Barbecue finishes. The one knight that was produced early can't really do anything. There's been Kremlins called though. Where are they going?
What?
They're just hanging out.
Yeah, there they are. MountainAle just bringing the militia out to observe the villagers right now.
Oh, Knight doing quite a bit of work here, causing lots of idle time. Does not take out a Vil though. And we do have the barracks already pumping spears.
Barracks pumping spears, but I think this is going to be the death blow to the Chinese water eco. The Rus Navy at a critical mass here outside of the Chinese dock. With just 1 dock, there's no way Marjiman can force those units back.
But honestly, Marjiman, he does have, that is 7 fishing boats. It's not nothing, but it's not like a huge investment. If we check on MountainAle, he also has 7 fishing boats, but keep in mind, these are Lodias, they're basically 14. And that's a lot of damage he's just taking for free. Demo does a little bit of damage to the dock because it got blown up right next to it, but the TC just casually doing extra damage. And
yeah,
Marjiman is almost up to castle.
Bringing those units a little too close to the TC. Astronomical clock tower in the works for the Chinese. Gonna be right up into castle. MountainAle not too far behind if he wants to go up himself. Certainly has the resources for it, just needs a little bit more food.
Oh god, MountainAle's food is gonna explode in a second. He has 10 Lodia fishing boat. I mean, that food income is gonna be insane. And he finds the fishing boats of Marjiman on the right side.
Just freeing up some pop space for him, I guess.
Exactly. As I've been saying, yeah. Good call. High trade house coming out from MountainAle there. Nice position. Gonna be, what, 100? I guess it's gonna be 200. And if he takes out all of the boar on the islands, it's gonna be a little bit more.
Bill's coming over, really nestled into that forest. The ability to just drop a palisade wall right there. Prevent raids coming around. Disrupting that high trade house. Good spot.
He's actually gonna go for the other boar now. Oh.
Maybe.
Well,
the Rus Navy seems a little hesitant to fire against unarmed animals.
Understandable.
A little crisis of conscience here. So they're not pulling the trigger just yet. Both Rus and China taking the board near their base.
Yep. Good move here by Marjiman. Of course, MountainAle is more incentivized to do that. And now, let's see. China going into crossbows, spears, and their own lancers. And there are still open venues here into the Rus base. So this is fairly dangerous for MountainAle. And himself, he's going into some man-at-arms, which are already soft countered by knights and hard countered by crossbows. So not the greatest moment there, but we do have that big old Kremlin here, providing all the vision.
Yeah, he sees it coming. Marjiman able to trap a couple of Vills in the process. Able to take 2 down. But Rus not gonna care too much about that. Just their crazy water eco right now. Marjiman maybe thinking about making a play on that high trade house, but he doesn't know it's there. Maybe the deer that spawned on the map give him some clues to its existence. Gremlins coming in, trying to do a little chip damage to the Chinese army.
I never actually realized if you had scouted the area where the high trade house is, you could see the deer pop out. Yes, it makes sense, but
now, yeah.
Oh my god, I love this fact. But yeah, let's see what MountainAle sees here. Kremlins are moving forward. He does have his navy at the coast, providing extra vision as well. But so far, okay, yeah, now he sees the crossbows. So, should know that man-at-arms might not be the best call of all times. But he's gonna stick to it. Crossbows and man-at-arms and knights.
The scouting militia. Providing information to MountainAle. Still not changing up his production. Also just made a demo ship. I don't know if he's nervous about China dropping another dock somewhere.
I mean, I would be nervous because my entire food economy is on water. But yeah, take a look at the food income. Like, the Lodia ships show their power.
Insane.
13 Lodias. It's pretty good, pretty good.
Do we have a market for the Rus? It might be time to think about buying and selling. Barracks still churning out those men-at-arms. We do see greased axles from the first siege workshop. A second one coming up for the Rus. Marjiman pushing out onto the deer, which not too far away from the Russian military. We'll see if he's able to drop this wall in time with the additional build speed. And it looks like he will, as Rus is gonna move back to the gold.
I mean, his timing is right now. If MountainAle realizes, wait, I'm sitting on 5,000 resources, maybe I should do something with that, he might get into trouble.
Oh yeah, this is my advantage. This is why I won water, to have all of this.
But yeah, right now, I like his army much better than 19 Spears. Gonna be providing a little bit of front line. We do have the Nest of Bee behind it, and we do have lots of crossbows.
Both players starting to get their blacksmith techs in. Oh, it's a high armory. He's buying Imp.
I mean, you said he should do something with the food. He's doing something with the food.
This could be terrible timing. I mean, with the army comp, all those... The 6 Chinese crossbows. He keeps adding more in there, scouting out all the men-at-arms and knights that the Rus has. Continuing the investment into crossbows. Kremlin gonna provide some defense here. High armory about halfway up at this point. China's coming in bearing down. We do see a Springled looking to contest the Clock of Bees. Second Springled in the mix.
Oh, unfortunate here for Marjiman. And Imp is in. Let's see here. MountainAle is sitting on 180 gold, which means his Imp doesn't do anything for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, never mind. I'm lying, because now he can call Imperial Militia, which he does right now.
What are the stats on that? 6 plus
I mean,
10 damage. Taking a look at a Spearman, 9 damage, but the Militia have so much more HP.
They're a really good front line, and they move faster, and they do decent damage. But yeah, Marjiman cannot break the front side of the Kremlin, and MountainAle has realized, hey, gold is something that upgrades cost. He is moving out with 26 villagers on the gold on the right side. It's gonna vacuum that up, and then Imperial upgrades will be coming out, and with the high armory providing the cost reduction, there's gonna be lots of siege too.
Things looking good for MountainAle, able to pop a ram that came out. Clock Tower ram at that. Marjiman looking to keep the Rus military honest. Gonna chase him back to the Kremlin. See those crossbows trying to dip in and snipe out men-at-arms when they can.
Yeah. I mean, MountainAle is definitely gonna hold this right here. And if we look at Marjiman's game plan now, he's heavily on the stone. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that he realizes, but as the Chinese player, there's two reasons why you don't want to be dropping your vills off, your resources off at the town center. A, you don't get taxed, you don't get any gold. And B, you could supervise a mining camp here on this stone and get 20% more stone. But yeah, he's gonna drop a keep right there in front to buy himself some time. Unfortunately for him, MountainAle's bombards will be costing less gold and less wood.
Yeah, still looking out for Imperial techs coming in. Do you see some eco techs? Man, the MountainAle picking up an amazing shot on those units.
Oh my god, he's going for the forward gold? Nah, he can't do that. There's no way.
Yeah, it keeps not going up. Not with these units in place. Taking a look at the military difference here. It's 33 to 10. And one of these players is Imperial, although I don't see any elite upgrades at the moment.
No, it's all siege. It's all siege upgrades and eco. And we do have the mounted guns come in, so the Springer ships will be shooting with cannons now. Honestly, at this point, he could have just taken half of his galleys that are sitting there at the top doing pretty much nothing and transformed into fishing boats as well.
Yeah, isn't that one of those things, like, when you're playing against an opponent on water, and, you know, maybe you're gonna lose water, but it's not a map where that's, you know, the end-all be-all. Against a normal player, maybe you try to bait them into over-investing into military ships, but with Rus, they can just turn them right back into fishing ships and, like, just continue the value. There's no wasted value.
Yeah, I mean, he has 13 Lodia ships still, so his food income is through the roof, perfectly fine. And, you know, there's that bombard that was cheaper to get, and the keep is still not up, so... Oh my god, the bombard's gonna do so much damage. And the mango shot comes in on the Ville. Never mind,
No,
it's targeting
hits
the keep.
But yeah, that keep is suffering. Bombard doing a lot of damage. You do see a Lancer come over to try to contest some of the siege. Get some hits on the MountainAle, but now the men-at-arms are elite. And I think it's just going to be a gradual push into the Chinese base.
Yeah. Seems like it. The Mango still doesn't like to shoot villagers. Very moral of him. And I spoke too soon.
There they go, deleted from the map. All those vills. Bombard gonna finish off this keep. And yeah, MountainAle can just stream those elite men-at-arms just right into the Chinese base. If he was making them. Where are the units?
MountainAle is pulling back now. He's gonna lose that Mango. Maybe gonna lose a little bit more siege here too. I mean, okay, it's only one Lancer. Not really. He's not gonna lose anything anymore. What is the plan here, Marjiman? What do you have for us? We do have a little bit of a farming economy now up for him, so his food economy is going to get better. But it's still not great, and he's idling his double town centers.
And the cannons are out for the Rus. See some shots fired. cannon fire back and forth between the landmark TC and some of the Rus ships here.
Yeah, fun fact. Did you know that the main TC does 25 extra damage to ships?
I did not.
Yeah. Never trade with a main town center, and then the town center I was firing at was also French and had arbalest emplacements. It was not pretty.
That's that is rough.
Speaking of rough, there's now Streltsy entering the map. We've got 2 bombards. MountainAle is preparing for the big old death push, whereas Marjiman is trying desperately to get to Imperial, possibly with the Great Wall Gatehouse here, to defend himself. Resources are going up and up. Never mind, he just spent more on crossbows.
Trying to answer those elite men-at-arms. They do, yeah, have 4 Streltsy on the map, 6 in the queue. Bombards knocking down that palisade. Rus looking for a push on the right side.
It also feels really nice for MountainAle because he has full vision, right? Because his navy was just in and out here every time.
Yeah. He knows what's up. We're just gonna get rid of this little gate before we push in, I guess. MountainAle staging his units outside of the Chinese base in an act of intimidation.
Yeah, Marjiman is almost to Imperial. Needs 300 more food, but...
Just saw some poor villagers get obliterated by a bombard cannon.
It's fine. The wall's gonna fix everything.
Oh.
The wall's not gonna fix everything.
What is there left to fix? Marjiman's hope rests in these 2 rams.
Ramming speed!
Oh, they don't do anything.
I'm as surprised as you are. He is vacating the right side of his base. I mean, let's just say it. I've seen miraculous recoveries of Chinese players before, mostly against me. Because of how good Nest of Bees are, but unfortunately there are 0 Nest of Bees out right now. Great Wall Gatehouse is coming in at the front of the base where all of the production for MountainAle is. Now, if there weren't already 63 military on the field for the Rus, I would say this is a great position. Unfortunately, they're currently walking through your base.
Yeah, not going to defend much up front there. But, we didn't see the Barbican rush. Might as well see at least one aggressive landmark choice while the game is still in progress.
First it has to go up because, the Rus also has siege workshops and Streltsy, and okay, he's just gonna ignore that. Yeah. So what is the plan here? We're still sticking to the crossbows, and we do have palace guards and now clock tower Nest of Bees coming out. Unfortunately, it's only 1 clock tower. Nest of Bee takes 40 seconds. But yeah, Nest of Bees, if you can get the shots in, can do some real work. We are pop capped though now because the villages has been taken out. And not a whole lot of wood to work with here for Marjiman right now.
That landmark TC under fire here. I am happy I did get to see the Great Wall Gatehouse just rain down on those archery ranges for a second. Now focused on the Streltsies coming around the backside. But I'm just going to wait for these bombards to roll through and destroy the Chinese landmarks.
Nob's taking some good shots here, but there's also 5 Springles moving in behind this, and yeah. And shooting the barbecue.
Ooh. Alright, so Nest of Bees is going to be able to clear out some Streltsy.
There's 2 Nest of Bees now. Okay, I mean, then the villager's going for the Springles. He only needs about 10 more shots to make this equal.
You can do it, little Nest of Bees. I believe in you.
Maybe 15 shots.
Yeah, Streltsies are down. The men-at-arms just gonna tank that.
Yeah, Nest of Bees are also down. Game is done.
There it is. There it is. Man, that early Kremlin in such a great spot. Really love that. But MountainAle able to take it with a naval victory. Get him the economy once he started selling food. Able to just pull him through the rest of the game there.
Yeah, just a little bit of miss macro. But honestly, like China on land when they are 2TC Song, it is a force to be reckoned with. The walls were also good. And he did have that window to attack. Unfortunately, he chose to attack straight into the Kremlin. And just a little bit late.
Yeah, it certainly could have gone in a different direction.
There's also the option to go back to water, but yeah, it's rough. Like,
yeah, it feels so bad trying to get back onto water after you lose it. But it doesn't feel as bad as losing water after you've already won it because they've snuck in 3 docks where you're not patrolling.
Imagine
I know that feeling pretty well.
Yeah, I would be lying if I said I wasn't there. But yeah, just get those 3 demos out, sneak them into that big old blob of Lodias, and just take out your entire fishing your opponent has, even though they won water.
Feels good.
Okay, a man can dream.
Yeah. Well, we'll jump into our next match. That was game 1, I believe, of a best of 3. So we got 1 or 2 more for you. We'll bring up the lobby screen. Oh, they're tied up 1-1. All right.
Ooh.
Look
So
at
this might have
that.
been game 2. Also, shout out to our players. Thanks for updating StarGG live on time. That's not something we usually see.
Especially during the finals. Like, a lot of times it'll come down to the finals, and the players who are playing are like, why do we need to update? We're not going into any further rounds, and we're both here. We both know what the score is.
But we don't know.
You could be what we've seen before is don't update start.gg, don't make your matches observable, and just finish the tournament out that way.
We've come a long way.
That's happened in the past. So I don't see their game quite yet. They must have just finished up their second one.
Yeah, let me quickly slide into the chat over yonder. Let's hope I have admin on this. I do. Okay, they're going to Dry Arabia, and I don't have timestamp on this, so let's just see. And by the by, second game, this was in fact the first game that we just saw. Second game was Japan versus Delhi, and Marjiman taking out the Japanese win against the Delhi.
That might have been the first game we've seen so far today. Oh, the Byzantines beat Delhi. Delhi's been really strong today.
Yeah, usually when I am on the ladder and I random into Japanese and I see a Delhi player, I feel I am looking for a very comfy spot to lie down and die.
Yeah, they are brutal. But hey, the game's observable now, so we can jump into that. I'll invite you to a group. Boom. There you are. I'm going to click observe. I'm going to put the game on the screen, but man, I need to take a bathroom break real quick, so I'm going to run to the bathroom. Hopefully there's an observer delay. If not, Askallad will talk us through the start of the game. Maybe I'll wait for it to actually
while
load
the camera doesn't move. It's going to be great.
I'll wait for it to load in and then move the camera around if necessary. Oh, okay. So
go and follow on a scout. Follow a scout. I don't care which one.
Follow a scout. Boom. All right, take it away. I'll be right back.
Okay, folks. While we watch MountainAle's scout go on his merry way, let's hope he doesn't run into a TC. We do have MountainAle in the southern spawn on the Delhi here in the orange. we've got Marjiman with Jeanne d'Arc playing in the northern spawn. So Jeanne into Delhi. Usually, you'd say this is a decent matchup for Jeanne, because Delhi, of course, they do want that very, you could say, foreseeable game plan where they go mass feudal, they take the sacred sites, they push you and you die. And Jeanne loves nothing more than to fight in feudal age. So yeah, basically it will come down to execution and it will come down to the spawn. We do have a back gold for Jeanne d'Arc in the top side. We do have bottom side forward berries, so this is a little bit of attackable, but MountainAle also spawns with double deer packs in the bottom behind his base, so that's really nice for Delhi. And sacred sites spawned decently well in the middle of the map, no real advantages there. So yeah, let's just talk away the time while we watch this scout not get a whole lot of sheep that only provide 200 food. A little bit of a sad situation here for good old MountainAle. Gonna go back down. We're also having slight lag. Yeah, when Beale comes down, we're gonna pause real quick. But yeah, for now, MountainAle, he queued the efficient production, he queued the wheelbarrow. We saw his early build order before, and it's pretty efficient. On Marjiman's side, he is on 803 right now. Gonna go up to that feudal age. I would be very surprised if we see Jeanne's cock. I do hope we don't see it.
Oh, I just came back.
Well,
What'd you say?
Never mind. it's all good. We're not gonna get cancelled. We're gonna see a school of cavalry, and
You're talking like a safety baycaster.
I wish. I really wish. I don't aspire to all those heights. Slight miss macro here by Marjiman. He has 4 on the gold now together with Jeanne there, and so he's overshooting the gold just a little bit. Jeanne moving up, ready to build that landmark.
You know, I'm happy to see Joan of Arc. It's been a while since I've seen her in LEL. She was out on release when she was released and pretty overtuned. Saw a lot of her, but I got a soft spot for the French and specifically for Jeanne d'Arc players.
How did that season start for you? Didn't you go 8-0 with Jeanne only? Was that
may have been my best season opener ever.
Yeah.
She's no longer a cheating civ, unlike the Ayabids, but...
No surprise.
Anyway, Tower Victory on the way for the Delhi. No big surprises. Yeah, MountainAle, solid Delhi player, as we've seen prior in this tournament.
And yeah, for now, what you're usually gonna see here is Jeanne just goes knights, Delhi just goes Ghazi. Eventually, Delhi will be forced to add in some spears, and then Jeanne d'Arc can think about going for archers, which then will incentivize Delhi to go for more Ghazi, which is a very fun interaction, and they're gonna dance around, and eventually Delhi will try to take sacreds, and Jeanne will try to stop it. I do hope we're gonna see some big old clashes.
I'm looking forward to it. Pockets of knights and Ghazis all over the map. A little scrappiness.
Oh, Mr. Jeanne enjoyer here. Archer or melee?
I was born and raised with melee, and I think, you know, in this situation, you're still gonna be melee at this point. I do know that the archer ability got a buff, and you know, potentially Delhi not gonna go into spears like you said, just gonna stick with the Ghazis. But I don't know what archer Jeanne would give you over melee if your opponent's going all Ghazi.
Well, A, you're gonna take bonus damage from the Ghazi now because you're ranged, and B, you can snipe out low HP targets, which is pretty nice, but against the Delhi specifically, who will be massing feudal units anyway, it's more of a poke ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
It gets really good later in fights because you can snipe siege with pure damage, but in feudal age, it's more like, okay, your opponent is going fast castle and hiding behind a hiding behind a tower, you can just shoot a villager twice and then execute it. But for now, knights coming out. Melee Jenny moving out. Women at arms. Woman at arms.
Coming out onto the field, moving towards that boar. Knight on its way.
Do you see MountainAle opening up with an archery range? Okay.
Yeah, range and a smith. Oh, I'm not sure what he's doing. The knight gets in there, able to take out a villager.
Nice raid at the front. There's no spears here. The archery range opening I did not see coming because you're already hard countered by your opponent building the School of Cavalry. Yeah, interesting. Let's keep it going.
Oh yeah, maybe are you thinking you're so scared of Joan early on that you want the archers to just mass and snipe her out and just forgetting about the fact that she's a French variant? I don't know.
Yep. We do see Marjiman now going for his own archers. I hate this choice because basically when you see that archery range, your Jenny heart should be beating faster because you can just go pure knights and you're gonna be just fine.
You gotta whip out the old Hewlett Packard and log on to www.moreknights.com in that situation.
Yeah. It's just 3 knights, but the berries are fully denied. Sheep. MountainAle does have 10 sheep left, so 5 carcasses, 5 still alive, which is 2,000 food nowadays. So he's still fine for now.
Well, there is the barracks, the efficient production. Do you see Hardened coming in, 15 seconds away? These knights coming around looking for targets. Woodline is walled. And Joan's just coming right on down the front, but she's going to meet up with those archers we were talking about earlier. And the
main TC as well.
But knights are in the back.
Ooh, good raid there. Taking out a Navalville. Already 3 going down for Delhi. We do see 1 knight die. But yeah, for now, you're okay with this still. Not great when you lose a knight, but if you see a spear following you like that, just turn around and kill it. You've got 2 knights. You can basically kill that guy in 2 seconds.
You're gonna win that one. Oh, we do see the mass start to grow in front of the Delhi base. All these archers coming over to provide cover fire against the spears. Knights looking for another target here. A couple of spears in place. A little pressure from the front. Those 3 spears in the back going to ensure that the knights can't get around into the wood line. So they're probably going to join their companions at the front of the base here. Now, I don't believe Jones had a chance to really gain any experience outside of the boar so far. I think she's just been too far away in all of these fights.
Yeah. Also did not use her consecrate just yet, or is it? No. The School of Cavalry is not consecrated. So no consecrate use. She's still paying full price for all of her units. Oh, siege engineering as the first tech coming out of the blacksmith.
All right, looking drop rams, build pressure, shut this down. And there's the consecration. School of Cav, now a little cheaper. Second consecration just about available. And a push into the spear.
Oh my god, we're just gonna dive the TC now. Okay, and we
gonna dive it, gonna pick up another Vil.
Well, we're gonna lose a knight for it.
Yeah.
Not great. But Jenny does get 10 XP here. Wait, was it 13? Yeah, it was 13.
Not able to pick off that other spear as it spawns to the front of the barracks. Gonna scoot out of there with a little bit of health, but the first ram is coming down for Jenny. Delhi, though, able to start massing those units. Military count 20 to 16 at this point.
MountainAle is down to 4 sheep carcasses. He needs to move out to some food. He's moving out to the right side berries right now. Let's go YOLO. The enemy army is on the left side, and here comes the ram. And I've got to say this. Marjiman, he did go heavily into archers at this point, not really focusing on the knight production, so MountainAle is okay with this. He has the army to defend.
Yeah, very surprising to not see more knights on the field. I mean, there are 10 spears, but you do have quite a few archers. There's another knight in the queue. Another ram just about to be built. Blacksmith is going to go down before any of those upgrades can come in. Looking at one upgrade did come in for MountainAle. Did get the ranged armor. Do see ranged attack on the way for Marjiman. Able to pick off a couple more spears. Donation of experience to Joan.
Oh, knight is on the berries now. Very nice fight for Marjiman.
Those Vills trying to take the fight, but just get out of there. Maybe get that
But
outpost stuff up if you can.
is by no means out, because bad fight for Marjiman in the middle, and knights make a connection with all of those spears. Jeanne has a nice cleave going there, but she's gonna get taken out by the Delhi archers. And it's just an overinvestment into rams. That is so many resources bound up in just anti-building units. The spears, though, also get taken out, and the knight is still going on the right side.
Oh, that outpost never completed. Moved away. Ghazi Raiders coming in to try to challenge that knight. Delhi archers focused on the knights. These rams still doing damage here. About to take down a mosque.
I mean, that's a lot of multitasking, right? You have that attack ping on the right side. You need to deal with the rams, which should be done by the villagers. But at the same time, you're running out of food because the knight just pushed you off. And you basically only have archers as your fighting units. But yeah, we're sitting on 900 wood for MountainAle. He really needs to re-macro here, or he's gonna be in a world of hurt. Moves out now to take out the archers, so that's nice. But there's another knight here, which can basically kill all of these archers alone.
Yep. One spear, you see those Delhi Vills looking for something, maybe trying to find something on the left side, but there's really no food over there. They're gonna be so disappointed.
10 dead Vills at this point. We are 13 minutes in, no sacred sites for Delhi. This is looking rough. Also, the blacksmith got taken out and has not been rebuilt, and we do see farms come out now. This is usually the last hurrah that you see a player do in Feudal Age, when the farms come in before like the 20-minute mark. Unless you're Byzantine or English. Or HRE. Oh my god, we have way too... Or Japan. We have way too many farming civs.
Yeah,
feels two spears come out.
Really bad.
Oh yeah, there's 4 rams here that need to be dealt with. The spears are gonna get taken out by the archers. Knights are also in mass here. I mean, in mass, there's 3 of them. But there's enough to push back the Delhi army.
Yeah, it's a big enough mass for what they need.
Marjiman looking to be taking this game. Gonna push in now. The berries on the right side are being taken, so MountainAle has a steady income again, but a steady income on just 10 less villagers. And a massively smaller army is not enough. Jenny's also back, making her way downtown.
Yeah, Ram's looking for the final push here. Just poking down those farms.
I mean, the trades are not super bad for MountainAle, right? Delhi Tower of Victory archers are really good, and the knights overextending into the TC here. But at the same time, all of the buildings go down to the 4 rams. Yeah.
Tough spot, yeah.
2 knights on the berries now. Villager kills are mounting up, and Jenny's just casually walking in and cleaving everything down.
Yep.
Except, you know, TC fire.
A little too casual. But yeah,
Don't
Delhi
mind me.
really
I'm
has
just a
nothing.
war hero. 26 villa kills. 27.
It's been a long day. I don't blame MountainAle for holding in on the elimination match in the finals. You made it a tied series going into this final game. Get your money's worth.
So yeah, honestly, this is, I mean, Marjiman is playing this really nicely. A little bit too much of a focus on the archers against, basically like only 10 spears. But it's still fine, right? He's playing this really nice. Rates were on point. The thing is, MountainAle looked super dominant in that Delhi land game that we looked at earlier.
Yeah.
Basically, as I said, he was looking like a diamond player at that moment. And, well, apparently if you put pressure on him, he's having a lot of a rougher time here. And this is not gonna go great for him. Main TC about to fall. He really doesn't want to tap out, but, well, what else is there to do?
Yeah, can't do anything at this point. Marjiman gonna take it today in the lower bracket. MountainAle, we saw many games from him, put up a great fight throughout the series. Saw a lot of good wins from him in the Swiss stage. But it's gonna be Marjiman with the really cheeky barbecue rush and swish in Swiss, winning bottom bracket finals.
So barbecue rusher just won bottom bracket.
Banned. No, congrats to Marjiman. Well played. Both players really playing well today in the bottom bracket. Saw a lot of good clean games from MountainAle, but just couldn't hold on. Got that food denied, and that really put an end to the Delhi engine.
Yeah, I mean, the archery range opening, it just does not make a whole lot of sense. What are you making the archers for? Because you expect the knights, you don't have a counter to the knights, you don't have Ghazis, you don't have map control. Jeanne can do whatever she wants, can take all the resources on the map, which, granted, Marjiman didn't really do. Like, I didn't see him out on the boar. But yeah, that's just a little bit of extra that you don't need, because you're already having such a better army at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, GG's. Good game there.
Good games. Congrats again to Marjiman, our bottom bracket winner. So we'll pull up the lobby for the last time today. Taking a look. Also, congratulations once again to Inca, our upper bracket winner, going 2-0.
Is it Inca or Incan?
His username on Discord is Inca, but his name in game is TheIncan.
Fair.
Yeah. Anyway, going 2-0 over Mikadoman in the upper bracket there. A lot of good games today. Got to see Continental 3 times, which was a treat for me. Love casting on that. Yeah. Well, that wraps up Flow Elo number 86. I guess with our final few moments here, we should shout out once again King of the Rockies, North American LAN. We saw the Scandinavian LAN last week with King of the North. We're doing it in Denver, Colorado, August 23rd to 25th.
If you have a chance to go to the LAN, do it. It's amazing.
I can't wait. I'm going there. I'm so excited. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a great stream. We're going to be covering the games live here on Rising Empires that weekend. It's going to be a ton of fun. We got Wham and Puppy Paw, the Kings of North America, alongside Soldier, GUA, Nyan Racing Cat, Phyllis Berto, Makomi, and the Mr. Munch, rounding out the competitors there. I think I'm out of things to say today. It's been a long one.
It's been a long one. Not for me. I'm super fresh. Let's go for another 7 hours. I'm not used to being a secondary caster. I don't have to observe. I just sit here, watch, and talk. This is weird, guys. This is very weird to me. But yeah, check out the merch. Support the tournament. Support the LAN event if you like what you're seeing here. We do have that Matcherino set up. Next Loyal Legends in 2 weeks, because it is the height of summer. We're going bi-weekly. And I think I am also running out of things to say, so we're gonna throw it to our fellow admin Yak, AoE, fellow caster, I should say. And he unfortunately did not make the finals. He did not make the LAN event, but maybe he's gonna show up.
Yeah,
So
it'd be great to see him there.
Thanks for watching. Thanks again, EGC, for the raid. Thanks again for Miawazes and for Nomad for the raids. And yeah, folks, it's been fun. Have a good night. Afternoon, I guess, for some.
We'll catch you next time. See you later.